Because when you relax through, you can push right through the challenge, just like you did.
So here's the deal, if you don't get to the why, you're gonna be lost.
What am I supposed to be trying to say?
I want you to be selfless right now. 1, 2, 3.
I tried to explain.
I don't want you to think about getting through the monologue. Yes!
Let's go!
Because my job isn't to work the monologue. My job is to work on you.
It's not about how many classes are on the resume. It's about your work ethic and persistence.
Who's further along than they were when they walked in the room? Agreeing is so good, it's so important, a foundational element of improv.
I am Amelia Jones.
If we agree and don't add something, then we have nothing to build on.
Well, I'm thinking about firing you.
Please don't do that. Characters! So you gotta find ways to let your teammate help you through that. Again, but the truth is, if we can't stay in character, it doesn't matter how good your characters are, we're gonna stop caring.
I love you.
You get a play title. If you can apply this both to improv and life, your improv is going to be better than ever, and your relationships are going to be better than ever.
If it's not natural, don't do it until it is natural. That was 100% the right choice.
The moment you realize you're stuck for a sec, stop and literally take a breath.
You have to react to that from his point of view as honestly as possible.
1, 2, 3.
Brian officiates weddings. That's kind of like something that he does.
What's your track record?
Like still married?
Yeah.
Like who stays together?
Like 1 in 4.
That's a
Okay.
losing
Reverse.
record there, bud.
Hurtful.
So I just got back in town late last night. How was the studio for a week without the old MD?
It was great.
It was so amazing.
Like nobody is really thinking about you at all.
You should be filming stuff every single day.
And you should be auditioning for yourself at your house, scheduling something in to better yourself in some way.
It's just always, it goes back to that, okay, you've got these great couple days, you've got these great auditions, you turned in that great paper, now what are you going to do on the 4th day?
Can I please end the podcast?
Yes.
All right, we'd like to give everyone a big bear hug here on Valentine's
Oh,
Day.
wow. That was just...
That is the end of our podcast. Thank you for listening. Happy Valentine's Day. We've got a guest here today, and he's cute. He's a cute boy, I'd say. Jared, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. Open up the chest.
Oh, just flex those pectorals. Well, we're not talking about anything yet, actually. We're trying to get there. I love your Instagram videos. You can find Jared at Jared Mishlove. Optimal Gains.
Yeah, it's optimal gains, baby.
He said it like that. Optimal gains.
Optimal Gains!
Yeah, that's more like it. I like how Joey said it. You know, I am constantly analyzing how you guys teach and figuring out how I can implement those principles into my training with my clients, because I just envy it so much. I leave every single class here feeling like I learned something new.
Okay, we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of Masterclass. So this is when the class turns here. We've got 2 days in, and every scene has had a chance to come in and work and see where their scene was at, where they needed growth. This particular format obviously offers us some new and unique challenges. And so I'm very excited to see what the growth is going to be like for everyone. And I just wanted to start off today by admitting something personally, which is that if you're feeling this way, I too miss the in-person. I miss in-person everything. I really do. But I was trying to think to myself a little bit about what was one of the things that makes this harder. Because in some ways it's easier. You know, you guys all have to admit, in some ways, doing your scenes where you don't drive to the studio, well, that saves you however much time driving. You know, like in some ways this is easier. And so I thought to myself, okay, for us, what ways are easier? You know, like there's less line at the bathroom in between scenes and things, because usually there's 30, 40 people here watching. And so that's easier, right? But what's harder, you know, and why is that? What is the thing? And I think part of it for me is the energy. There's an energy in our room. There's an energy in our space. And I believe that we still have that. It's just you have to really lean on faith. We have a faith that we are here for each other. One of my favorite parts so far of this masterclass that's been done in a whole new way is watching the classmates come back together in between the scenes and just talk to each other and acknowledge how good they've done and how much they've grown and whatnot. I mean, it's really, really amazing. And interestingly, I was talking to one of our students this morning on our show, and she said for her, she actually has gotten more nervous doing this format. So she's used to being on the stage, and that in and of itself is terrifying. And she's like, somehow, some way, this was more scary. And I was thinking about that too after she said it. And she's right. There's this idea of now maybe it's not just family and friends. Now it's this huge live audience that is exponential. I mean, it's infinite how many people, up to 7 billion, I guess, could be potentially watching us here. And you realize when you've got a camera in front of you and a microphone on and you're on the spot, even though you're doing theater, there's sort of like there is no do-over. And so we're in this place and in this new world where there are advantages, and we really got to focus on those advantages, and we cannot allow our minds to go to this place of negativity. So I miss the energy of the room. As an instructor, I can feel it. I know when it's like it's on, you know, and everything. But on the other hand, I called Shay after class on the first day, and I was like, how was that? And she said, Matt, it was good. Like, it was really good. And I was like, I wondered, because it felt like Masterclass to me. That's what's crazy. Like, it actually felt like we were doing it. And she's like, it was just like that. And then we found ways to improve, but there is something special happening here. And so, as hard as it is, and I know it's hard, and I know some of you have had to redo choices, redo your entire scripts, you've had to, rewrite in different ways for different reasons, know that you are expanding as a human being right now. And those who are still training, still in the classes, still working forward, you are finding a way to progress through this. And as we find the answers that we're looking for right now, you are going to be exponentially better on the other side of this. Anybody who's retreating backwards doesn't get that opportunity. So I'm not going to sit here and claim that everything's better, because it's not. That's not the truth. And I'm not going to claim that I don't miss the other way, because I do. But at the same time, I'm also very excited. I'm very grateful for the growth. I'm grateful for the opportunities that this has brought us and brought to you all, because you're in a place now where, and we've talked about this, but you are, as an actor, you have more responsibility and more creativity, because you are the actor, the cinematographer, and the editor. And if we have your two, I want everyone to visualize this, and then we're going to get into scenes here in a second. But for all the scenes, I want you to visualize this. You've got two screens up at all times. And there's one actor and there's another actor. But really, it's not even an actor and an actor. It's a room and a room. It's a space and a space. And so, just like as if you were on stage, what do you do as an audience member when you're watching people on stage? Well, you turn your attention from one side of the stage to the other side of the stage. And the actors essentially direct you as an audience member where to look. And sometimes you leave the stage and then you enter the stage. And when you enter, our eyes turn to you. When you move, our eyes turn to you. When you speak, maybe our eyes turn back over here. And sometimes we talk about stage balance. Sometimes the balance will be all over here. Sometimes it'll be all over there. And so now you, as a performer, have to find a way to do that using video live. You have to understand that that same, you're going to block your scene, but that same instinct that I talk about with disturbing the air and something needing to shift, you got to try to feel that. So it's a lot of the rules still apply, where if I'm moving, then stopping becomes a move. If I'm not moving, and then moving becomes a move. If I'm yelling and the scene needs to change, needs to shift, there has to be something to keep us interested, I have to go from yelling to a different tone of some kind. Even if I maintain the intensity, I have to make a shift, or else the audience is going to get bored. So you have to understand, and you have to kind of just be in this with us and understand that the audience is watching this screen to screen to screen to screen, and it's your job to keep us engaged, to keep us completely interested and in the scene the whole time. And is it easy? Heck no. But that's what's so awesome. I mean, that's the opportunity we have right now. Because if you're able to do that here on these video screens, you should be very easily able to translate that to the stage. And I've said this before, but I believe firmly that we are coming into an age where don't get depressed. Think that that this could be the way. Like, it could be like this for a while. Because nobody knows. Let's just be honest. Do you know? No, I don't know either. Nobody knows. If we knew for sure, we would know for sure, and we would make decisions based on that. But because we don't know for sure, you have to lean in as if as if this is the new way, and let me be the pioneer who is the best of the best of the best at this. Then you can always add this to your arsenal. You can always go back to the things you were doing. But if you wait and you try to like just do the old, just do the old, just do the old, you'll miss the boat. And you'll be one of those businesses that went out of business when the internet came around. And you thought to yourself, well, the internet's not going to be a big deal, you know, we're just going to double down on this other thing. And it's like, no, man, if you're still doing dial-up, you're done. So just know this and take this bit of confidence with you. And I want everyone to just pat yourselves on the back. If you're in this class, you're participating, you're already next level. You've already progressed in a lot of ways. Take the win. Hopefully you grinded, and you're going to grind over the next couple days to better yourself and find ways to love this more. And I know that's a big ask because our studio is very special. It's special to me. I get emotional talking about the energy that's here and you being here in person. But how can you, for yourself, make this experience better? Not as good, not almost as good, better than the experience was in person the last time you came or the last time you saw it or you heard about it. And that's on you. If you, because that's what I'm trying to do. On my end, I'm trying to say, how can I make this experience better from an instructor point of view, from a studio point of view? You've got to do that, though, for yourself from a student point of view. So you can focus on the limitations, or you can focus on maximizing and capitalizing on all the opportunities that are right there in front of you. I'm pumped for today. I really am. I think if everyone was here, they would be smiling back at me, so I'm just going to assume that you all are. And I'm going to tell you that I love you, and we're going to get right into our first scene of the day here. We are starting off with Joey and Jada, who will be working on an excerpt from the play All in the Timing.
Excuse me, is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this chat taken?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Sure thing.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, can you bring me up here and so I can talk to Joey directly? Hi, Joey. Let the live audience see me as well.
See both of you. Yes.
Because we got to lean into the fact that this thing ain't working, bud.
Okay.
So help me out, will you? So the board here is only showing 3 buttons. I'm going to be running. I'm running the ding for you, right? That was the goal.
Yep.
So here I'm going to.
So click over.
Click over where?
So press the music. Press the music note on the soundboard.
The ear button.
The music note on the soundboard. It's on the touch screen.
On the touch. Hold on. This is hilarious. I apologize to everybody
To
out
be frank,
there.
I didn't know there was a touch screen. This is why Joey is amazing.
Oh, and over here in this thing. Oh,
See.
On the roadcaster.
got it.
see.
Oh, and then hit over.
Okay.
Booyah.
Yeah, you hit over.
Yeah. See, that's why you
And
didn't
it's
get.
the purple
oh,
button.
man.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's why you didn't get an applause
Yeah.
too, because I was like, I want. Oh no, that's not right either. Hold on.
Huh. Wow.
How far over do we go?
So many things to go
Hold
over
on.
on.
Hold on.
It's on the bottom. It's the
There
bottom
we go.
left
Found it. I
button
found it.
and
I
it's
found it. I
purple.
found it. I found it. Okay, ready? Here we go.
So
Hey.
cool.
See, and I
Hey.
was going to be giving you that applause, Joey, I promise, and Jada, and we didn't get it. So now you got that. All right, here we go. I'm going to exit out of here. Okay. So, and the reason this was so important, let's bring my video back, Brian.
Yep, you're back.
So the reason this was so important, everybody, is we failed. Being myself and them, last scene, we tried something, and the bell didn't work. And and we had to adjust. And I said, yeah, you guys should run the bell. We tried the bell. There's something with the audio equipment going back and forth where when you guys were doing it, it was super distracting. So through the failure, we've tried to make that better. So we're going to have me actually run the bell from here, but it's of course important. We don't even know if it's going to work. So hopefully it works, but I need to have a bell first of all in order to do it.
That does help. Yeah, the bell helps.
And the bell is essential for the scene because the bell sort of drives what happens next. So that's my explanation here. I'm very excited to get started. First up today, we have Joey and Jada working through a scene, an excerpt from the play, All in the Timing.
Excuse me? Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this chat taken?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me? Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this taken?
No, but I'm expecting somebody in a minute.
Oh, thanks anyway.
Sure thing.
Excuse me? Is this chat taken?
No, but I'm expecting somebody very shortly.
Would you mind if I stay here until he, she, or it shows up?
They do seem to be pretty late.
You never know who you might be turning down.
Sorry. Nice try, though.
Sure thing. Is this chat taken?
No, it's not.
Would you mind?
All right, good,
if
guys,
I
good.
stayed on?
We're going to go back here for a second. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So how's it feeling?
Good.
Really
Can you?
Bell, though.
Yeah. Can you turn up the sound or the sound dial on the bell?
Yep.
Just turn up the dial. A
Yep.
little.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and maybe that was what it was because it's not moving as quick after the bell. So start back in while the bell is still going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we heard the very end of the bell. That's what it sounded like. It was like
How about
the
now?
very end.
How's this?
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. So the second that hits your ear, you need to already be talking. Don't wait for the bell to like finish or anything.
Okay.
Okay, but don't we have to reset to do the same move again, right?
Ish. It's the timing.
Ish, okay.
The timing is much more important. So
Okay.
you hear the bell, boom, start talking. Like just reset yourself and go again.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, here we go. And relationship. This is all about relationship. Okay, so I think some of this felt technical. Joey, you need to relax, specifically your forehead.
Yeah.
There you
I got
go.
all the crinkles.
Yeah. Okay. And then Jada, I like this angle. That's amazing. So you can keep that, but you can also play a little bit as well. So what happens here in the beginning? Somebody pops into your screen and you're busy. Maybe go ahead and grab are you on a phone this time or a computer again?
Computer.
Okay. Oh yeah, so you can bring it closer easy. So I think that's part of it where you can lean in to say certain things and we can have that more of an intimate conversation and then get right back into starting. So, and Joey, in the beginning here, you're the pacing guy. So it's okay if it's slow on the in-between, but we hear the ding and it's talk.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Question?
Great.
Yeah.
I was just because in the beginning, normally I don't lean in until I start to get more interested in what he's saying. But do you want me to act more interested in the beginning?
No, curious.
Okay.
So here's the thing: if some rando just came onto my computer right now, I'd be thinking like, who are you? And I'd want to get close and try to figure out how did they get in and whatnot. You know? So that's more of what it is. Okay, Joey, I'm not liking what you're doing.
Okay.
So the scene's beginning. All you're going to do is try to call the girl.
Okay.
What's your moment before? You're jumping in between chat rooms trying to find trying to find an available girl who will talk to you?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So there's no reason to do anything other than be curious and be like, I wonder what this girl looks like, and you just tap on it and you go. So
Okay.
when we reset the scene, speak.
Okay.
And go.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you sound like a jerk.
Is this chat
you
taken?
You sound like a jerk.
Okay.
Just look at her. Just look at. Oh, cool. Now talk.
Excuse me.
No, jerk.
Is this chat?
Jerk.
Oh.
You're going like this. Excuse me. Like she's being rude to you. She's not.
Okay.
You want to say sorry for interrupting you. So instead of excuse me, it's gonna be excuse me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this chat taken?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
So Joey, I'm gonna do this again. Lose the finger also. We're actually gonna.
Okay.
We need to speed up the timing on this a lot around the bell.
Okay.
So bring your face right up in there, Joey. Go ahead and just start talking.
Okay.
Yeah, bring your face all the way in.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this chat taken?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this taken?
No, but I'm expecting somebody in a minute.
Oh, thanks anyway.
Sure thing.
Yeah, good. Okay,
Excuse me.
now good. Now I'm laughing, so that's great. Now let's try it again, Joey, and look at lens, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because it's jumping between our three audios, but during this scene, I can't hear the bell.
You can't hear the bell?
I just assume.
I can hear it.
It's so loud in my ears.
So loud.
Okay, I'm just turning up my volume.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Can you hear it now?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, it's just during this scene.
How about that? Can you hear that? What about that one? Can you hear that?
I heard that one, yeah.
Okay, good. So just know, okay, Joey, come right up in there. Put your face right back in the screen, okay? And just look at the lens, okay? And just be flirty guy trying to get into a chat room, you know? Okay, here we go.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
You're not looking at the lens, Joe.
Oh, I'm trying to look at her.
No, I know, but I want to see what happens if you look at the lens.
Okay, I'm going to hide my self view because I think I'm getting in my head.
Yeah, hide yourself view. I think you're getting in your head.
I think you're right, Matthew.
I don't know. Okay, take a breath. Now look at the girl, and you're like, ooh, maybe I should talk to her. Look in the lens because you want her to see your eyes.
Excuse me? Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this taken?
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
Excuse me?
Is this taken?
No, but I'm expecting somebody in a minute.
Oh, thanks anyway.
Sure thing.
Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
No, but I'm expecting somebody very shortly.
Would you mind if I stay until he, she, or it comes?
They do seem to be pretty late.
You never know who you might be turning down.
Sorry, nice try though.
Sure thing. Excuse me. Is this chat taken?
No, it's not.
Would you mind if I stayed on?
Yes, I would.
Oh. Is this chat taken?
No, it's not.
Would you mind if I stayed on?
No, go ahead.
Thanks. Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great day.
Mm-hmm.
What's the book?
I just wanted to read in quiet if you don't mind.
No, sure thing.
Okay, good. We're going to go back to this beat. Joey, just want you to notice her reading more and be annoyed. So now it started off as you were kind of the annoying one. Now she is.
Okay.
So
She's being rude.
She's being rude. Yeah, and you just notice
Yeah.
it, and you're kind of trying to be polite, and she's like, "Hey, like you can watch me read, but that's pretty much all the attention I'll give you." And you're like, "Okay, you're not gonna really. Not too many guys are gonna stay on your chat, you know." And you just move on to the next chat. Like that's kind of the idea.
Okay.
All right.
Where do you want us to go from?
Is this chat taken? No, it's not. Would you mind the one you were just on, where she's
Okay.
where she goes back to reading?
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And Jada, listen a little more. Listen to him a little more, as if you're, like, give it more silence, and then more of a like just slower.
Okay.
Thanks. Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great day.
Mm-hmm.
What's the book?
I just wanted to read in quiet if you don't mind.
No, sure thing. Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Great day for reading.
Yes, I agree.
What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Okay, so
Hemingway.
Jada, you're not rude on this beat. The first is there, but then great day for reading. You're rude, but start paying attention to him a little bit.
Okay.
Because I want you to the joke here is when he thinks Hemingway wrote that book.
So it's starting to go well, and then he messes up.
That's right. So he's like, oh, like I'm interested in. You're like, oh, you're interested in reading. You're a reader. It's kind of what you're thinking. Oh, you're a guy that likes books. Oh yeah, I love books. You know, what's the book? Sound and the Fury. Oh, and you're like, oh, he knows that one. Hemingway, right? And then dang.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
What's great day for reading?
Yes, I agree.
What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Hemingway. What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Faulkner.
Have you read it?
Not actually. I've heard about it, though. It's supposed to be great.
It is great.
I hear it's great. Moderator, what's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Faulkner?
Have you read it?
I'm a Mets fan myself.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it in college.
Where was college?
I went to Oral Roberts University.
Where was college?
I was lying. I never really went to college. I just liked to party.
Where was college?
Harvard.
Do you like Faulkner?
I love Faulkner. I spent a whole winter reading him once.
I've just started.
I was so excited after the first 10 pages that I went out and bought everything else he wrote. It was one of the greatest reading experiences of my life.
So Joey, I'm going to take you back here. So this is an example here of the video is becoming distracting, and it's taking us away from what we're trying to get across here.
Okay.
So what are we trying to get across here? In this moment, what's our goal?
he knows about it.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. It's more just like something he's passionate about. He's knowledgeable on it.
Yeah, that's true. But what's the underlying? What are we going for?
The connection between
Yes,
the
yes,
two.
that's right. So no connection is happening because you're all over the place. So it's got to be the two of you coming in, and we think, oh, like it's, you know what I'm saying? So you want to build that.
Yeah.
So the only thing you should be focusing on is the connection with her.
But she says, "Oh, it's boring." So I have to give her permission to like check out and me not notice it.
What are you talking about?
Right? We had talked about this in rehearsals, but basically like, because after I do this whole monologue, I say, "What do you think?" And she says, "I think it's boring," and then it dings. But so we were thinking like I would have, because she's feeling that way, I would have to give her permission to be disengaged or not interested and me not notice.
Okay.
Otherwise I wouldn't keep going.
Right.
That
so
was the choice.
So what? Okay, and I get what you're saying. So that makes sense why you did what you did. I think that it's going to work out better if you think she's interested.
Okay.
Because if you're like, hey, like all this stuff, and she's listening, and you're like, it's like amazing, and you're going off on this whole thing, and she looks more interested, and you're like, right? I mean, isn't it like the best? Like, what do you think? And she's like, actually, I don't really like it, and you're like, oh, okay, ding.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Because the reason she's not talking is you're not really letting her talk. You know, you're going off on a monologue.
Cool.
Okay, so
that makes
sense. In this moment, we're trying to find the chemistry. So it'd be the same thing, even with all these other beats. We might as well go back. We're trying to get on the same page when it comes to the sound and the fury. So have you read it? Yeah. Cool. You both come in. But then, nope. You both come in. Nope. You both come in. Nope. You know, that's how I think, because you're trying to find the common ground to build this relationship upon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take it all the way back to everyone else seems to be taken. And what does that mean in a relationship world?
Like you feel like alone in the sea. So you see a ton of people in relationships, but you can't seem to find that for yourself.
Right. And kind of we're the only option right now. Like I assume if you had another option, you might be going somewhere else. If I had another option, I'd be going somewhere else. But it seems to be that everyone else on the dating app is paired off. So
yeah,
it's like, well, everyone else seems to be taken, and she's like, yeah, mm-hmm. You know, like it's like that's the way I'm interpreting that.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of that going on in the play, the double entendre stuff. So in the actual scene, it says everywhere else seems to be taken, like every seat is taken. So if you think about that metaphorically, the only option was to sit with her. There just wasn't another chair. If there was another chair, I wouldn't bother you. But because this is the only option available to me is to sit here, may I sit here? Everyone else is taken. She's like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess. So there's our coincidence. That's our, you know, our magical thing that got us to the meet cute of how these two met.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay. All right.
All right, here we go.
Everyone else seems to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Great day.
Mm-hmm.
You getting weird with your eyes, Joey?
I was looking out the window. Stupid. Okay.
Jada, why don't you go ahead and pay attention a little bit here? So this so this is where we come back to instincts, and when I say like I'll give coaching and then I'll go back on the coaching and stuff because a lot of it is experimental. Right now the scene there's a shift. So we went from like really quick to now we're trying to find the connection. So even on the dings, you might not have to speak as fast when you come back in. So he says the thing, and maybe you peek up this time, and then you say, and then, but it's not, you're not as dismissive.
Okay.
And then we're like leaning in closer, and then, oh, like maybe this might work out, and then again, it doesn't.
Okay.
Everyone else seems to be taken. Great day.
For reading.
Mm-hmm.
Great day for reading.
That's the
We're
second.
going to the second time?
Oh, I thought this is where we were. You were going all the way back up? Got it.
Yeah.
I just thought that's what you wanted. I'm good to go.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. We can go there.
Okay. Great day. What's the book?
Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Hemingway. What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Faulkner?
Have you read it?
Not actually. I've heard about it though. It's supposed to be great.
Yeah, good. Keep coming in. Keep selling each other. Like this is the relationship.
It is great.
I hear it's great. Moderator. What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Faulkner?
Have you read it?
I'm a Mets fan myself.
You read it?
Yeah, I read it in college.
Where was college?
I went to Oral Roberts University.
Where was college?
I was lying. I never really went to college. I just like to party.
No, don't give up on the end there.
I forgot my line. That's why.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, win her over with this.
Okay.
Where was college?
And don't be so accusatory. Like you're hopeful that it's Harvard.
Where was college?
No, it's like and where was college? Like you're interested.
Okay.
If he's read Faulkner, he must go to a good college.
Okay. Where was college?
I was lying. I never actually went to college. I just like to party.
Where was college?
Harvard.
Do you like Faulkner?
I love Faulkner. I spent a whole winter reading him once.
I've just started.
I was so excited after 10 pages that I went out and bought everything else he wrote. One of the greatest reading experiences of my life. I mean, all that incredible psychological understanding, page after page of gorgeous prose, his profound grasp of the mystery of time and human existence, the smells of the earth. What do you think?
I think it's pretty boring.
Did it ding? What's the book?
The Sound and the Fury.
Oh, Faulkner?
Do you like Faulkner?
I love Faulkner.
He's incredible.
I spent a whole winter reading him once.
I was so excited after 10 pages, I went out and bought everything else he wrote.
All that incredible psychological understanding.
And the prose is so gorgeous.
And the way he grasped the mystery of time.
Human existence. I can't believe I've waited this long to read him.
You never know. You might not have liked him before.
That's true.
You might not have been ready for him. You have to hit these things in the right moment or it's no good.
That's happened to me.
It's all in the timing. My name's Bill, by the way.
I'm Betty.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I thought reading Faulkner was a great experience.
Yes.
The sound and the fury.
Well, onwards and upwards.
Moderator, what's the book?
The sound of the fury.
You have to hit these things at the right time. My bad.
Okay,
You have
you
to-
have to hit these things at the right moment, or it's no good.
Yeah.
Okay, so take your time. Take a breath.
You have to hit these things at the right moment, or it's no good.
That's happened to me.
It's all in the timing. My name's Bill, by the way.
I'm Betty.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you come on here a lot?
Actually, I'm just in town for 2 days from Chile.
Oh, Chile? I'm Bill, by the way.
I'm Betty.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you come on here a lot?
Every once in a while. Do you?
Not so much, not as much as I used to since my nervous breakdown. Do you come on here a lot?
Why are you asking?
Just interested.
Are you really interested, or do you just want to pick me up?
No, I'm really interested.
Why would you be interested in whether I'd come on here a lot?
Just getting acquainted.
Maybe you're only interested for the sake of making small talk long enough to ask me back to your place to catch this great show or check out your vinyl collection.
All right, good. I want to. So you guys are doing well, by the way, and we're going to talk about your work ethic because obviously you put a lot of work in. It's clear. But let's go back for a second, and I want to direct you and see if something might work out. Okay. So in this beat, what are we trying to get across? What's the feel that we want the audience to know and understand?
When he's asking me about coming on here a lot?
Yeah, and you being like, you know, or you just want to pick me up. Like what's this moment?
It's like an assumption of like maybe something that scarred her, like the very stereotypical heartbreak story.
Right.
Too good to be true kind of deal.
That's right. And so
Yeah.
she's been hurt, and now she's gonna just take every ex-boyfriend out on you, a random stranger, and you're gonna go a little crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he hasn't really said anything wrong, and you're gonna go a little nutso. Okay, now here's why it didn't work, and this is what I want to play with. And this is going to be a deep dive that I'm about to do here in the next few days and weeks, because this is going to be a really interesting new part of how I teach acting. But Joey, when she was calling you out on being a creeper, you looked like a creeper. And that was because you had a terrible angle on your face and the lighting wasn't good.
Ah.
So if we
I'll do it.
So if we can get you where you're getting natural light, we can turn, and then we can see you looking like a hero, like because right now it's like too white. You look blown out. So go see the light in the background. You need to not have that.
Alexa, turn the lights off. Is that better?
Not yet. Not yet. We need natural light. Do you have a window?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, good. So open the window.
Okay.
Good. Now turn the camera around, and then you get sort of down so the camera's above you.
Okay. I can't see myself, so I don't know.
Well, now we can only see outside.
Oh, excellent. Is it on me now?
Yeah. Now go and then get down. Yeah, that kind of works. Get maybe closer, and then lower. We need the camera to adjust to your face. You might have to look at yourself here to figure this out.
Okay.
Turn your...
I'll look at myself. I see what.
There's particular angles that actually look really good. You just have to find the light where the camera's gonna adjust to your face. There. Okay, it was almost there. So just hold the camera and there you go.
I just have to hold the blinds right there.
No, it's back. It's too bright again. There.
I could go into a different room.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll figure it out. You can keep talking. I'll figure it out.
Okay, then Jada, what I want you to do is I want you to actually do his angle. I want you to do the bad angle under your face, and I want you to come up this way so that when she's being kind of crazy, I want her to look like a crazy girl online that you wouldn't want to be in a chat room with and is like, dang.
On the monologue or even in the questions?
No, as you build up, like why would you be interested in somebody, you know, why and why are you interested in me? And then it starts coming in, and then it starts getting like a worse angle where you look crazier and crazier. Like, yeah, see, you already look crazy right now. Do you see? Can you see her, Joey?
Yeah.
You see how she looks crazier and like less pretty?
Yeah, because it's so close.
It's the weird shadows on her eyes. That's what happens. And the more underneath you get, the more that you look that way. Well, you looked like that.
It's the ghoul lighting.
That's right. You looked like that a second ago.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there you go. Now up and further away, Joey. You're a little closer. Maybe arm down. We don't want you to look like, you know, too schmoozy. There you go. Good. Now you just look a nice guy. Okay, and look right at the lens, so that we can watch her kind of. We want to see. Now this comes back to, again, I'm directing this thing like a movie. Okay, so Brian, you can put me in picture there, right?
Yep, doing it.
PRP.
All right, so I want everyone to see what I'm seeing here. I look at this, and I got to figure out, as an actor, how do I recreate this? So I'm thinking the audience is seeing what I'm seeing here, which is now you look creepy again, Joey, with your arm up and all that.
I'm trying to rest my arm until we start.
Yeah, don't do that, because I'm trying to give a lesson here.
Okay.
Just go back to looking like kind of normal. All right, look right in the lens, Joey. All right. Now just be there, okay? You look like a nice guy. Now what's interesting is, as she goes from looking very nice and pretty, she looks like she's in like a Hollywood film right now. The lighting's very good on her. As she goes from that to looking crazier and crazier and crazier, we want to see you, Joey, in the same framing, close up, just watching your eyes see that she's nuts. Like, the girl I thought was so nice and pretty is like, whoa, like she's crazy. And then the ding happens, and we get to start. Then we get back to this type of lighting. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's a beat that you can play, and you can take your time with it. And then all of a sudden, the audience is like, "Oh, like I get it. Like I'm really understanding this."
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And Joey, you're gonna have to. And I know this is a hard discipline here. You're sort of gonna have to use your ears and your peripheral vision and look into the lens on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Do you come on here?
Do you come on here a lot?
Why are you asking?
Just interested.
Are you really interested, or do you just want to pick me up?
No, I'm really interested.
Why would you be interested in whether I come on here a lot?
Just getting acquainted.
Maybe you're only interested for the sake of making small talk long enough to ask me back to your place to catch this great show or check out your vinyl collection, listen to some terrific unknown Frank Ocean recording, only all you really want to do is fuck, which you won't do very well, after which you'll go into the bathroom and pee very loudly, then pad into the kitchen and get yourself a beer from the refrigerator without asking me whether I'd like anything, and then you'll proceed to lie back down beside me and confess that you've got a girlfriend named Stephanie who's away at medical school in Belgium for a year, and that you've been involved with her off and on in what you'll call a very intricate relationship for about 7 years, none of which interests me, mister.
Okay. Do you come on here a lot?
Every other day, I think.
I come on here quite a lot, and I don't remember seeing you.
I guess we must be on different schedules.
Missed connections.
Yes, different time zones.
Amazing how you can live right next door to someone in this town and never even know it.
I know.
City life.
It's crazy.
Well, the moderator sure seems to be in some different time zone. I can't seem to locate him anywhere.
All right, good.
Moderator?
We're going to stop there. Good job, you two.
No!
All right, so clearly you did a lot of work. People who didn't see the first scene the first day, the whole thing, you had to rememorize everything from scratch. So tell me about your work and what you learned on that process.
I learned that I already knew this, but I learned even more just how important every single word is, and even the syllables, especially for something like this where it is all in the timing and it's comedic and fast, that every syllable counts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something I'm definitely going to take into every single scene I do from now on.
Good. Joey?
So we did 6 hours yesterday of rehearsing to rememorize and just like chunk away at this thing. And that was like grueling a little bit because it was like we memorized it the first time. And then like I kept paraphrasing this script the first time we memorized it. So we kept going back, and Jada was so good to me, but she was such a stickler for the words, which I appreciated.
Can you grab a seat there, Joe?
Yeah, sorry, am I making you dizzy? She was such a stickler for the words, which I appreciated, but so it took a while to like I knew it, but I wasn't saying the right thing, so I had to keep grinding at that. And then literally the day that we that like I finally had it, we had the best rehearsal, was the day that we announced we had to do rewrites, and we were like, no. And so then again, we just put in a lot of work there, and then it wasn't right. And like Jada said, I've learned so much about just the syllables and how they matter in comedic timing and the underlining subtext of each line.
Yeah, well, let me jump in here and just add a lesson then for everybody. This would be for the class, and then something you can take with you, Joey. You need to be a stickler on the lines from day one. Every word. I never, ever, 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 ever memorize paraphrasing again. So if you don't know it word for word, then don't try to memorize the wrong thing. Just go back, and I'd rather you memorize one line the correct way than a full page the incorrect way. You're making your job so much harder, and you're not giving the playwright credit. So you have to understand that we don't work on bad writing. Why would we? It's not something that we do. So somebody painstakingly went through every single word for your benefit. Your job is to figure out why. And this is where we had this big disconnect when I mentioned the rewrites to everybody. And so I should have been more clear, because I am a stickler for not rewriting a single word. But in this format, there were certain things that I felt would make it make sense if we just altered the location slightly. So in this case, you guys went back and re-edited the way I had in mind, which was like, we're going to replace the word chair with the word chat. Very simple, very, whatever, the same. And then you go back and you realize, yes, to Jada's point, every syllable matters. Every word matters. It was meticulously, painstakingly written in a certain way to be funny, to make sense, to be dramatic, whatever the scene may be. And so that's not giving the playwright enough credit, I guess, in that way. So now, moving forward, you won't do that again. Even if you had to rewrite, you would do so in such a way where you figured out first, why was it written this way? Because if I don't understand the why, how could I possibly rewrite anything to be in a way that would make sense? It's not just me throwing darts in the air. It's like me going, okay, like I gotta get the story across, because the story is why this thing is awesome. So in this one, it's like, where it's a love story and there's a rhythm and they're talking about writing in general. They're talking about plays. There's this idea of they're teaching the audience how a brief moment, like how important timing is. If the timing's just right, this thing is funny. And if it's just off, it's just like, you know.
Cool. Yeah.
And again, back to timing, there will be times when this scene speeds up and times when this scene slows down. And it's your job to find that, figure it out, and go, okay, why is there a ding here? Every time there's a ding, there's a reason. So it's probably funny. It's probably a change of tone, probably a whatever. I got to figure out what happens before that, make sure I'm playing the right thing, and that we're getting that across. Jada, anything else?
I mean, it was a challenge yesterday just because I hate feeling unprepared for things, and I felt extremely unprepared. Even this morning, I was just very nervous and afraid just because I knew we put in work, but I just, I hate feeling unprepared, so I hate feeling like I didn't have enough time, but it was a really good challenge, and it was like last night that reminded me why I love acting, like just the grind and just really digging in and even pushing through the hard parts. I feel like when you are given a lot of time, you don't do that because it's not completely necessary because you aren't limited. And I think having that limit really pushed us, and that's why I loved it so much. It just reminded me of a lot of things I've done in the past, like with sports and stuff, that really challenged me for this amount of time. And then you get this masterclass where you get to get rewarded by, the work paying off. So
yeah,
it was really fun, but definitely challenging.
Good. I'm glad. All right, good, Brad. Let's bring them back over to the lobby there, and I'll just say one message here to the live audience as we move into our break. So thank you two. Did very, very well. Congratulations on your improvement, and I would love to see this scene continue. So back to what Jada was saying here. Remember this for yourself. It is the moments when you give everything you have, when you've gone all in on something, that's where the rewarding feeling comes from. It never feels that good to get something that's easy that you would have gotten anyway. That's not that rewarding of a feeling. So you want to embrace that. And then one of the hardest things that Jada sort of mentioned there, and she said, it's really good that we had this deadline because it forced us to work 6 hours on this thing, right? Well, the next step for you as a successful next level human being is to realize that you have the power to do that for yourself, but it takes extreme discipline. So you could have put in 6-hour rehearsals sometime earlier. You could have. You have the capacity to have done that. You just chose not to. Why? Because in your mind, you told yourself, I have more time. So what you want to do is start to trick your mind and tell yourself, put on sometimes false pressure that gets you excited, that gets you activated, that gets you pumped and gets you into the grind of the work, because from there, that is really the place where you're going to feel the best and you're going to grow the most. And you don't want to always have to wait for an instructor or a class or a deadline to put that pressure on yourself. Eventually, if you really want to go next level, you got to start putting that pressure on yourself on a daily basis. All right, that is our first scene. We will be coming back here to Masterclass in about 8 to 10 minutes. We'll be back up for the next scene. Thank you very much.
when you relax through, you can push right through the challenge, just like you did.
So here's the deal. If you don't get to the why, you're going to be lost.
What am I supposed to be trying to say?
I want you to be selfless right now. 1, 2, 3.
I tried to explain.
I don't want you to think about getting through the monologue. Yes.
Let's go!
Because my job isn't to work the monologue. My job is to work on you.
It's not about how many classes are on the resume. It's about your work ethic and persistence.
Who's further along than they were when they walked in the room? Agreeing is so good, it's so important, a foundational element of improv.
I am Amelia Jersey.
If we agree and don't add something, then we have nothing to build on.
Well, I'm thinking about firing you.
Please don't do that. Characters! So you gotta find ways to let your teammate help you through that. Again, but the truth is, if we can't stay in character, it doesn't matter how good your characters are, we're gonna stop caring.
I love you.
Get a play title. If you can apply this both to improv and life, your improv is going to be better than ever, and your relationships are going to be better than ever.
If it's not natural, don't do it until it is natural. That was 100% the right choice.
The moment you realize you're stuck for a sec, stop and literally take a breath.
You have to react to that from his point of view as honestly as possible.
1, 2, 3.
Brian officiates weddings. That's kind of like something that he does.
What's your track record? Like still married?
Yeah, like who stays together?
Like 1 in 4?
That's a losing
Reverse.
record there, bud.
Hurtful.
So I just got back in town late last night. How was the studio for a week without the old MD?
It was great.
It was so amazing.
Like nobody is really thinking about you at all.
You should be filming stuff every single day.
And you should be auditioning for yourself at your house, scheduling something in to better yourself in some way.
It's just always, it goes back to that, okay, you've got these great couple days, you've got these great auditions, you turned in that great paper, now what are you going to do on the 4th day?
Can I please end the podcast?
Yes.
All right, we'd like to give everyone a big bear hug here on Valentine's Day.
Oh, wow, that was just...
That is the end of our podcast. Thank you for listening. Happy Valentine's Day. We've got a guest here today, and he's cute. He's a cute boy, I'd say. Jared, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. Open up the chest.
Just flex those pectorals. Well, we're not talking about anything yet, actually. We're trying to get there. I love your Instagram videos. You can find Jared at Jared Mishlove. Optimal Gains.
Yeah, it's Optimal Gains, baby.
He said it like that. Optimal Gains.
Optimal Gains.
Yeah, that's more like it. I like how Joey said it. You know, I am constantly analyzing how you guys teach and figuring out how I can implement those principles into my training with my clients, because I just envy it so much. I leave every single class here feeling like I learned something new.
If you don't have fingers, is there any other thing other than pull-ups maybe? That you can
stop
do
making
to
excuses and get up on the pull-up bar. You can't be a master of all. You want to hear an extraordinary story?
Yeah.
So there's this young man, he's in our acting classes, his name is Jonathan. And Jonathan has a very rare disease where he's been in a wheelchair his entire life and he has very little control over his body and he has to be in this big old wheelchair. Jonathan's been in there his whole life, but he doesn't complain. It's like the craziest thing, he doesn't complain. His why for doing this is so important, and this is what we teach, is the whole personal development side of this thing. It's like, why are you here?
My why is to show people, whether they're in chairs or not, that you can do anything you want to do if you work hard enough.
And I said, dude, that's a strong why. I'm gonna help you with that and we are gonna get there, I promise you. Now what's special about Jonathan is Jonathan wants to be an actor. He's a student here. He wants to be an actor and he found us about a year ago. And I said, Jonathan, you really want to be an actor? He said, yeah.
I just want to glorify God too, because He's the reason I'm here. He's the reason we're all here, so.
He was born with cerebral palsy and he didn't get to see him on TV, and he's like, we are underserved and we're underrepresented and I want to represent us. And I said, okay, you really want to be an actor? He says, yeah. And I said, okay, that means I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to push you. He says, okay. So what do? We work hard. He does the memorizing. Is it harder for him than it is for you? It's harder for him than it is for you, but he does the work. We had a casting today for a big commercial. Jonathan came in for the callback. Guess who got the commercial? Jonathan. I know, and I cannot wait to tell Jonathan today in class that he landed the job. And here he is, man, first commercial. All right, now, keep working hard.
Yeah.
Woo!
Because when you relax through, you can push right through the challenge, just like you did.
So here's the deal. If you don't get to the why, you're going to be lost.
What am I supposed to be trying to say?
I want you to be selfless right now. 1, 2, 3.
I tried to explain.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a Masterclass. We've got scene 2 coming up here. This is going to be Shay and Dakota. They are working through an excerpt from the play The Boys Next Door.
Sheila. Hi, Sheila. Hey, Sheila. My name is Norman Belonsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Your home is nice, Norman. It looks cozy.
It used to be better when we had those little rugs. Arnold's got them hid.
Arnold! Arnold's not there, is he?
Oh boy, that's all we need. Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right, good. I'm
Joe?
going to take you guys back for a second. So this is going good. Tell me about the work you did real fast.
I took a bunch of stuff off my walls. I cleaned up the room a lot. I tried my hardest to find a frickin' cat poster or a dog poster because maybe we could change it to a poster.
You did.
Nowhere has posters of dogs and cats. And I was like, okay, well, I'll print one out. And I don't have a printer at home. So I go to the Staples. The Staples was closed by the time I found everything out. I'm like, cool. So I borrowed a calendar that my sister has. I also borrowed a menagerie of plushies because Norman really likes animals.
Mm-hmm.
And I just took as much stuff off my wall as I could. And I tried to find more stuff to like put up. And we don't really have all that much stuff for that kind of thing. So that was a good bit of the work that I put in yesterday. And then today I also watched I didn't know Masterclass video came out already. So I watched it like 3 times last night because I was like, I didn't know it was out. So I watched it a couple times and took some notes on it and worked on some stuff. And I took into consideration what you said yesterday about how Norman was like a lot of energy. And I think that was a better choice than how I was playing him.
Okay.
So,
all right,
yeah.
Good. How about you, Shay?
I worked a lot on who she was and where her excitement is at. And what really hit me yesterday was us talking about the love story between these two and the connection that they have with each other and how symbolic the keys are and how everything that they say is truly coming from their heart. And the big thing that I want to get across that I felt like I was missing was her love for him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was where I wanted to grow the most, was connecting their version of this love story together. And also getting out of my head. I was really in my head about how to do this the right way and do this in the way that it would be truthful to the character and where they're at. And the biggest thing that you said yesterday that I think really helped Dakota and I, because we went through the scene over and over and over again and figured out what he means when he says this to her and how she feels and where she needs to set things up, and to really get into how this is so difficult for them to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
And what you said yesterday was going into the kid-like form of them, the kid-like feelings, the kid-like mannerisms and physicalities of them. It's so innocent and pure, and that's what I want to come across today.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we even went with like how we were delving into the script too much as us as adults. Like, I know we talked about when he asks her for the donut for like the 8th time, and she says, I had spaghetti for supper, and we're like, she could be shutting him down, she could be doing this, she could be doing this, and we're like, wait, if they're basically like kids,
they're just talking to each other.
Yeah, then she just had spaghetti and she's not hungry.
Right.
Right, and he's not, and he, why is he asking her about the donuts?
Because he just wants to, I feel like he just wants to offer her donuts, like he's being nice, like that's a nice thing to do, and he was told to like offer them food and stuff like that. So like, would you please like a donut?
Yes, and he can't have one until he's offered.
He wants
her
a
one.
donut.
He wants a donut so bad.
Yeah.
So he's like, will you please eat a donut? Because as soon as, because you've been told by Jack, like, it's fine, you can have a donut, but make sure that you offer her one first. You know, it's rude to eat. So that's what you're like eyeing them the whole time. Like, would you like a donut? You know, will you please like a donut? You know, because is there any way you could eat a donut for me? and then finally she's like, you know, I had spaghetti for supper. And then there's this pause, and you're like, I think I'll have one, thank you. You know, I think is your line, something like that. And yeah, so that's the idea there, okay? And good. So the work you did on them is correct. This is excellent, and you're right about those things. Here is where the breakdown was happening. And before I get there, actually, Dakota, did you, when you were watching it back, did you notice things technically from a technical, technology standpoint that you were like, oh, okay, this makes sense how we're missing the boat there?
A little bit, kind of. Like I was still trying to figure that part out, but I know that like I need to be my own camera person, so I know that as far as I know, I'm taking the phone with me everywhere, and I kind of set it up in that way so that he still has like a way to like see her, kind of a thing, while he's trying to adjust everything in his room. And then I kind of got a little lost on, or at least it didn't make sense because he has, from what you told me, he has like a bum leg or a stiff leg, so it doesn't kind of make sense to me to go down here, go up here, spin, show the room, kind of a thing, and then go back down here.
So he doesn't. It's not in there proven that he has a bum leg or anything like that. What I was trying to give you were more obstacles, because you were doing things too easily,
too well. Okay.
You had an idea and you're like, oh, I'll just pick this up, and it was just easy for you. It's not easy. You have to remember, it's not easy. Mm-hmm. And Shay brought up an interesting point when she said how difficult this thing is for them. I mean, think about for you figuring out the video programs that are out there right now and which ones you're going to use, and if different businesses use different kinds and whatnot, and you have to figure out how to get into a meeting and a breakout room and a whole thing, and you know what I mean? They're trying to figure that out. It's not easy. And then we're just, we're making that up. That's something we added to the story, but it would be true. That would be a difficulty. So.
And we changed our point of view on that, Matt, because we talked about yesterday, I was so sure that Susan, her sister, had come over, and I had created this story that Susan came over the day before and set it all up and how it moves. And then when you talked about that yesterday, I realized that wasn't true for her. And she set this
Shay,
up.
or she could have set it up for you, and you still would have struggle with it.
Right, but I liked
It could be as easy as you forgot. Yeah, it would be as easy as you forgot to hit the unmute button or whatever.
Right.
And yet you're redoing everything.
Yeah,
trying to figure out what's the matter.
My moment before was because I just paced the whole time for probably like the last 10 minutes, and I was working with my hands and my foot and getting around. And what I was putting as my moment before was, and I love that you just said that, like, this is their big CEO interview that they can't miss, that they have to figure out how to do the Zoom correctly. This is their meeting.
That's right.
And this is their love story, and this is their proposal. And so that was her moment before, was how I hope this works, and the perfectionism in her, you know, I want everything to be in its place. And then she tries to figure it out from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. So here's why I stopped the scene. Technically, on your end, Dakota, it's very rough, the sound.
Is it?
Yeah. Right this second, it's better. And I think part of it is all the movement.
Okay.
So just being aware of that and aware of your internet connection or whatever else you have going on. I know at the Topol House, they've got incredible internet. It's like one of it's like one of their best features if you stay at Topol La Casa. So it's a thing. Okay, so what happened to start off the scene is it was sort of like okay.
Okay.
And what's the most important thing? So you spent all this effort on the room, which is good, but what's the most important thing? The story.
For us to hear each other.
The story. We gotta get the story across. We gotta get the relationship across. And so the way to rehearse this is to watch these back, is to rehearse via video, record the video, and watch it back and go, every time I move in this way, we lose sound. But I really want to move in this way because I feel like he would because of this reason. Therefore, maybe I can't talk and move during this particular thing, whatever that is. Or she shouldn't be talking yet if you're moving, whatever. Something where you figure out, again, that you are responsible for your own technology. You're responsible for your own video, your own sound, everything, and you're trying to make it the best you can because it's a big part of what we're experiencing here as an audience.
Got it.
And then remember too, on your end, Dakota especially, but I mean, there's a note for both of you, but really everything you're doing is about her.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just rushing around, cleaning everything up and getting ready. It's just Sheila. Like, you keep thinking about her. Her and the donuts. I mean, the two things. Because that's the other thing, is that actually is a thing in this scene, is he has a pile of donuts. It's a whole tray, like it's this big. And they're tempting him. The whole opening of the scene, he's part of him cleaning is also just to try to take his mind off the donuts. You know, like I've directed the scene a few times, and I always have the actor, you know, like looking at the door and then cleaning up a little bit, and then you just see him just like peek at the donuts, you know, just like, oh, like they're there, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna break, you know. And then usually we would direct him to sneak a little bite before she knocks, like right at the worst time ever, you know. So just know, like, that they're in the room constantly tempting you. You're obsessed with donuts. And yeah, like this excitement to see each other in this way. You connected it very well, Shay, back to our lesson yesterday about kids. And I can just tell you that I have children and they are going through quarantine. And it's tough, you know. They don't get to see any of their friends. Their whole life is the same way ours was. Their whole life was disrupted. And so what have we done? We figured out ways to overcome that process. So now they have video play dates. The other day, my son had a video meeting or whatever with his friend Declan, and they played this thing that's like a new version of Legos. That's what they did. And the one kid made Legos on his side, and Jack made Legos on his side, and they were watching each other make Legos and at least getting to talk a little bit. But really, it was just having a friend in the room, you know? And I guess why I bring it up is his excitement for, oh, it's time for the video chat where I'm going to talk to my friend that I haven't talked to. Like, we don't get to hang out anymore. It's like, whoa, like the whole house could vibrate. And then he's not able to do the technology, So he'll try and be like, it's not working, like, you know, real panicky or whatever. And then he's done and euphoric, and he's like, we should do this every day. Can we do a play date every day on the video? Can we do it like that? Can that work out? And that's your mindset. You know, you guys are just like, you're in this place where when it works even, you're like, hey, you're here, you know, boom. And I got to see the love. I got to see the connection. I got to see your heart just melt, Dakota, before you speak. And you're just kind of grabbing the phone and going, hi, Sheila, like you know what I mean? And they got to have the meet cute where all that's there, but it's got to like kind of well up, and then and we deliver it. And then she's the same way. And then when there are struggles, I need to see it in your eyes. So if you're having a hard time with the technology, why does it bother you? It's not because you're dumb. It's because you want to see the person. So if let's say my mic wasn't working, Matt would get frustrated at technology. You guys wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
You would be upset that this person can't see me or hear me or whatever. And so you could see in your eyes the pain of trying to fix it for them.
Yep. Yeah, that makes so much sense.
So I really liked the work you were doing. I noticed it, but I'm very intimate with the scene, so I know things that other people wouldn't. Mm-hmm. So having said that, I don't think a general audience who watches this would have picked up on all the nuances and all the work that you put in. So I think you need to slow down, keep the bigness, keep the energy, keep the love, keep all that stuff, but make sure that you're landing ideas and you're receiving ideas and you're not on to the next thing until that's happened. And Dakota, any movement you make is a big move that we have to deal with. So you just don't want to be all over the place with the camera. You can every now and then, but if you do it the way you were doing it, it's basically Blair Witch Project.
Yeah.
You know, and it's tough to deal with. So there'd be times when, like, can you prop the phone where you are? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay,
like
good. Now give yourself a close up.
Down to do that.
Good. Now give yourself a wide angle. Don't move the phone. Now give yourself a wide angle. Now give yourself a close up. Look right in the camera, in the lens. And that's where Sheila can see how you feel.
Okay.
Okay? And look at her and look closer. You know. Okay, good. And now give me a wide angle. Give me a profile. From there, be physical and be nervous that you want to eat a donut that's just off screen. So see the donut like just below it doesn't need to really be there. No, like down toward her, like just off to the corner.
Oh, okay. So it's like okay,
so she can see you eyeing the donut, but you don't think she can see it. Good. Now take your time. Be a little more realistic with it. Good. Now you're without moving the camera, crazy excited. So now move away and just start jumping and yelling and just having a great time, just freaking out. Go.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can't see you. Move on to the screen. Yep, and move back. Jump around. Good, and talk while you're doing it. Let's hear what it sounds like.
Hi, Sheila.
No, just scream things. You're very excited. Don't touch the phone. Just be jumping in the background.
Okay. Yeah.
Get far away. So I want her to see your feet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
You got to say things, Dakota. You got to speak.
Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Gotta make sure everything's all good and clean. Ooh, donuts. Yeah, okay, pay attention to the donuts.
All right, good. Now come back. Now come back. All right, now, this is what I'm talking about, okay, everybody? I want you to hear this. This is the new rehearsal process. Because what you're going to do, Dakota, is you're going to say, okay, I have this idea. But then you're going to realize I don't have enough room to dance for you to see me. Because obviously your bed's right there, right?
Yeah, this is on top of my bed.
Right. So now you realize, okay, if I wanted to do a scene where, do I have a wide angle? I don't, right, anymore?
I'll punch out.
Or this one would work?
That'll work.
No, it'll get too bright.
Okay, punch out.
Okay, if I wanted to do a scene where I could stand up and I wanted you to see my whole body, can you see my feet at all? Or just at least so now I want to be doing this as Norman, like, or I want to do that in a way that I don't think that she sees me.
Okay.
So I literally want her to see this, like, and then you sneak a donut in the background or something. I don't know, like, but the idea being, if I want her to see that, I know at some point in time I have to move the camera to where I want it as a part of my blocking.
Got it.
Yeah.
Then I might say, hey, Shay, scene partner, I have this idea when you say that line for me to pull away from the camera and scream and get super excited or whatever. Then you have to come back and you have to say, hey, what did that look like? Was there anything wrong with it? So Shay, let me ask you, when you watched him just now doing that thing, what's wrong with it technologically?
It's the movements are just not following him as he's moving. So they're slow and they're blurry, and I can't really see exactly what he's doing. So it's like he's moving too fast and the camera can't catch up.
Right. And you kind of can't hear him either, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because he's in middle of physicalness. Yeah.
So then you'd go, okay, how could I still do the same thing if I wanted to do that thing? So let's have Shay do it this time. So Shay, why don't you stand up and move backwards? So just keep the camera right where it's at. And now you're gonna watch her, Dakota. So now why don't you, Shay, do like why don't you do a dance of some kind, but you're gonna do more specific movements and make it look fast even though it won't be, so it doesn't get choppy. And do more hand movement. Good. Now, yeah, there you go. Okay, good. So that right there, it started getting choppy. You see that, Dakota?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you're going to go, okay, everything looked good except for when you jumped. Then it started getting choppy. So then you guys figure that out as artists. You have to understand you are responsible. I got to get this through everyone's head, because I don't want to hear the excuse of like, oh, this format is not as good. This is just as good or better. It's so cool if you realize that to us it looks like we are cutting into a Zoom conversation between two people and they don't know we've cut in. That's what this is. So then as you progress through that, you go, okay, now I know. And then Shay could do her little dance thing that she's doing, and then she knows, okay, she has to stop the dance, give it a second, then could talk, or then could wave or something, because the technology needs that bit of time to catch up. It's just like any of the like older movie technology. They would find ways to cheat in order to make things work or look a certain way.
Right.
And then you go back and watch the old movies compared to the new ones, and they look so cheesy. But at the time, we were all mesmerized by George Lucas putting a ship, on a green screen and having it float across, and it's really just a Lego ship, I mean, that's what's crazy. So you have to understand, this is a part of the work we're doing right now, and I don't get to just ignore it. I have to be responsible for knowing whether or not my scene partner received the information. So if you're excited when you see her, make sure you're excited, but you're not choppy excited.
Yeah.
And then make sure when you make the connection and then you speak that you wait knowing that she's receiving your eyes, receiving the love, receiving everything she needs for her, because she's got to get jumpy. You got to make her jumpy. Jumpy being, turned on. Okay? So
I do have some questions. So as I'm talking right now, does it sound like muddy or anything like that?
A little bit.
I'm just thinking from a technical point. Okay. And when we were like really excited, it was that the sound wasn't really coming out. It was just kind of like almost like when you blow the mic out and you can't really hear like the other person talk.
Yeah, and even right now it's a little that way. So when you were moving, it was extreme.
Okay.
Right there, it's good, and I don't know why. Like when you said okay and then okay again, like nothing. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the technology you have going on at your house. I don't know the internet speed or whatever. But I said this yesterday. That would have been my very first thing I worked on as an actor, is going, okay, how do I make sure that what I say gets heard? How can I set myself up in that way for success, and then deal with all the issues and try to overcome them the best I can? Because you very easily, we just saw how you can go, wide angle, medium shot, close up, extreme close up. You have that capability, both of you, without doing much.
Mm-hmm.
And then if there's nothing we can do and your internet connection just stinks and you've tried all the options, now that's a part of your character and you have to slow down and account for that.
That's just what I was thinking. Does it sound a little better when I'm talking slower?
A little better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you sound like Norman too, which is nice.
Yeah.
And you look like him.
Okay.
That's him. That big smile you just gave, that's the Norman. That I visualize is who that guy is. Just innocent love, and like he figures things out, and it's just, that's what I mean by he's larger than life. He's just so he lives in this place of there,
Okay. It's my phone, I believe, because my phone isn't the greatest. So therefore, I have to compensate for that by doing probably what I should have done earlier and enunciate and slow down.
That's right. And then in a future one, you're going to test the internet and either be on or not, use your mobile, whatever's going to work smoother, or move to a computer or a different device if you have that as an option, and just realize like this should be my first thing that I worry about after memorization, is making sure that we can hear each other and see each other, and that the audience can hear us and see us. That's why we have to work on projection when you come into the theater, because if the back row can't hear you, if the audience can't hear you, you might as well not be talking.
Right.
If you're jumbly and I can't hear the words as an audience, because I've seen the play, so I know what you're saying, so I might laugh. The audience won't. They will find it very boring.
Yeah. And I think that we just assumed that it was fine because we used Google Duo before, and I believe it comes out clearer than it does when we're on Zoom. So I think we assumed that it was already fine.
Sure, and you know what's funny? I don't mind what I'd love to use Google, whatever you're talking about. Like for real, I'm all about it. I'm not a huge fan of certain technologies, but I'm also not going to rip on them either, because we're trying our best to use what's out there, right? So it has limitations. Definitely, it's also serving us in certain ways, but I'm not tied to anything. And truthfully, we could probably even tap you in on a different technology very easily on our end, because we're not stuck to that other technology either. So it's just a matter of, again, that would be a good question to ask. Had you done the research to go, hey, we stink on this technology and we're awesome on this technology. It's at least worth asking if they could do it.
Right.
You know, and then if we couldn't, then go, okay, can we get better at this other technology? Because we saw major limitations that were not going to work for our purposes, and that's why we've been up all night for 3 weeks, because the limitations that they had were not going to work for us to create a class that was spectacular. So we're going, okay, we need workarounds. We need to find a way to make it work.
You got it.
Okay, let's get into the scene. I want to see these two fall in love.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Belonsky. Welcome to my home.
Okay, go back. Okay. Couldn't hear you when you did that.
Was it muddy or you just couldn't hear?
When you
extremely muddy.
You picked up the phone and started going around. So I think if you keep it,
yeah.
I think you should back up and keep the phone stabilized and back up.
Yeah.
And show me around.
Okay.
Try that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
from
new
there.
thing. New thing, new energy. Let's go.
Yep. Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Belonsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Your home is nice, Norman. Looks cozy.
It used to be better when we had those little rugs. Arnold's got them hid.
Arnold.
Look for him. Look for him in the screen, Shay. Look for him on his end.
Oh, okay.
Like, is he hiding behind you someplace?
Arnold. He's not there, is he?
Oh boy, that's all we need. Oh boy.
Arnold.
Oh boy. Can I manage your coat?
I don't have one.
Oh boy.
Good. Go back to asking her that again. Shay, maybe you think that's a good idea.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And then
okay.
Until you realize you don't have one.
Okay.
Oh boy. Can I manage your coat?
I don't have one.
Oh boy.
I gotta get off at 9. The bus comes then. It's 7:30 now.
See this? It's a timer. It times things. Eggs and things. I'll just set it and then you won't be late.
It's 7:30 now. I gotta get off at 9.
All I have to do is set it like this. on the 9. Don't worry. It works like a butler or somebody. My name is Norman Blonsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Did you get the flowers I sent you? I put them outside on my way home from the bus stop yesterday.
You're welcome very much. They're pretty. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
I got them in that lot near the Getty station. Do you know that lot?
Getty gas. That's good gas. Would you please like a donut?
You got a jar or something to put them in?
They're on plates. In piles, see? They won't fit in a jar.
Gee, Norman, you're funny. I mean the flowers.
The flowers? Oh boy. I thought you wanted to put the donuts in a jar. Oh boy. I'm sure silly. You ain't kidding. Oh boy. Would you please like a donut?
I gotta get off at 9. The bus comes then.
Maybe I'll have one. Thank you. They call this one honey dip. But you know what? It's not real honey. I told Arnold that, and he said we should pick it.
Maybe you could put them in a jar or something.
I'll get a jar or something.
Your home is nice, Norman. We don't have stuff up on our walls at home. We used to, but Helen with the tick eats paper sometime. It's awful.
Oh boy. You bet. Oh boy.
One day, Helen ate a picture of God. God and his friends eating. She just ate it.
All right,
Still
so
got the frame.
So let's go back for a second.
Okay.
We lost the relationship on I'll go get a jar or something.
Okay.
So back to the relationship being the most important thing.
So
Go get the jar, come back, reconnect, get back into close-ups, and then talk again.
Okay.
And even Shay, I don't even know that you need to show your walls.
Okay.
Because I want to see, what I really want to see is when you say she ate a picture of God, I want to see his face.
Got it.
Because people have explained who God is to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's visualizing for real somebody eating God.
God, right.
And you say that to him and he's like, oh my, whoa, like really? She ate a picture of God? You know, and then you're on a different wavelength. And you totally hit it, sort of both of you, we're getting to that place where he's listening, but he's really worried about the donuts.
Right.
You know, and you're listening, but you're really worried about the flowers.
Yeah.
You know, like I got you those flowers. You love flowers. What have you been taught about flowers?
that they grow back.
What else?
And that they break a lot, so you can get them for free.
Okay, what else? Somebody got you flowers one time, and you didn't do what?
Oh, I didn't put them in a jar, so they died.
They died, and you probably had you had a kid type reaction, a huge major meltdown, and your caregiver came in and said, "Hey, it's okay, but here's the thing: from now on, if you want the flowers to last, if you really care about something, you got to take care of it. You know,
Right.
you know, Sheila, if you really care about something, you got to take care of it. So you need to take a jar, put them in the water, and then they're gonna last a long time. Sheila, if you really care about something, you're gonna take care of it. So now you got him this thing, and you're thinking to yourself, like, well, do you not care about it? Because they're going to die. Like, and in your mind, like, they could die very soon. And so you're just thinking to yourself, like, I don't know how much time they have.
Yep.
I saw you hold them, and I saw that they weren't in a jar. And I'm just saying, from my experience, they die. And, you know, and so you're just, your mind can't get off they're just there, you know?
Yep, totally.
And then he does pick up on how important it is to you. And I don't know if you kept this in or not, but when he sits on the flowers, do we still do that?
Yep.
So Norman, when you do that, if you're all the way there with your character work and your connection, that moment can and should make you cry.
Okay.
Because you know how important they are to her, and you're kind of an oaf. You know, you're a guy that knocks things over. You're a guy that eats a bunch of donuts. You're a guy that says he's not, you know, he's not a lot of things. And so this is one of those doofy things that he's done, and he knows it, and he knows it comes from his, I don't know, like the things that are wrong with him.
It's another thing that he screwed up, basically.
Yes, and it's a type of thing that he would screw up, and he notices it, and he sits on them, and he once he knows that that's happened, he's just ruined on the inside. That's why he says, "I think somebody sat on your flowers, not me. I think somebody did."
Mm-hmm. Which is another thing that we noticed too. We feel like he was kind of like the youngest kid, and that his family wasn't super happy that he was born.
Probably.
Like, this is diving deep into the character, because I feel like he got blamed for some stuff, and he obviously did some of it too, but he kind of tried to be like, somebody else did it.
Right.
Like, maybe he's afraid she'll yell at him.
But that's also just like a 6-year-old thing to say and do.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. It's like, goes back to the spaghetti.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I mean, again, I love using my kids as an example for this, because it's so easy. My son was trying to braid Leanne's hair last night because I was braiding Rosalind's hair. Okay, I know, couldn't be cuter, right? So he's trying to braid her hair, and I did a pretty good job with Rosalind's hair. I'm just gonna brag about that, but I did. It's a nice tight braid, and she's like, "Daddy," right? So then Jack's like, "I want to braid Mom's hair." Well, his was not very good. His first attempt was not perfect, and that was enough to make him very emotional. Because he was comparing himself to me in that moment. Like, it wasn't fair that was the case, but that was the case. So here, my point being, it would be very easy for that type of thing to make him cry, because he's sitting on the thing that he knows is important to her, and he feels like he ruined it, and you know, and that's kind of the amount of weight she's put on it so far. Where, like, you got to take care of the things you care about. You know, I'm the thing you care about. The flowers represent me, and you're starting to pick up on that. So you sit on her, like, that's the way you're thinking. Like I broke you. So then that gives her the opportunity to come back and be your hero and say, it's okay, you know, flowers grow right back, you know, and then that becomes a very emotional moment for the two of you to kind of, you know, get back on the same page again, and her to forgive you. Like, this was your first big mistake in the relationship, and her saying, it's okay, like, mistakes are going to happen, and I'm going to love you anyway.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Which is such a beautiful, real thing in the marriage and in love and in a relationship. And
yeah,
it's so real for them, and they're talking about flowers and keys and donuts and all these different things that are so representative of the intense bond as they can feel for another person.
All right, so we are at our time, believe it or not. We've got to head up to lunch. So I want to wrap the scene with you guys and talk about it a little bit. And I mean, all these scenes are new to the class, so I think everybody should progress forward. But you guys especially. I mean, this is a great scene. You're doing really well with it. It feels like you just got started. So video or not, I think you should push this scene forward and continue to fall in love with it in these ways, because it is so deep in its simplicity. You know, and that's what's so amazing about the scene and why I love it so much. That it's like, I don't know, I could watch this scene 100 times from 100 different actors and just be into it every time, trying to find these little tiny nuances that are in there. So what questions do you have from me, for me, if you have any? Well, let's go here instead. What'd you learn? What are you gonna take away from today and from this weekend?
That I need to get a new phone. No. To really figure out, put yourself in the mindset of your character, no matter how they are mentally, and you need to understand the process behind each thing they do, whether it be extremely simple, such as I had spaghetti I already ate, or something that's extremely complex, and you need to understand the process.
Yeah, good. Shay?
I learned so much, and honestly, I've transformed into a different human being since the last masterclass that we held last year, and everything is so different. And this is such an amazing way to do this, and it adds so much more challenge, and taking that challenge seriously, and knowing that there's this balance between you as your character doing all the work for scene study, doing the breakdown, the memorization, the backstory, the feeling, and then making sure that everybody can see that. And that's the other half of it, because when we're in the masterclass room, we can dance, we can sing, we can struggle, we can fight, and we don't necessarily have those technological challenges. And what good is the work if your audience can't live in it with you? And I'm so grateful, because I was talking yesterday to Saya, and I went from being in this place of not feeling good enough when I wasn't doing something right, and I couldn't feel further away from that. And I told Dakota, I said, the first day went exactly how I wanted it to go. I wanted him to flip us on our butts and give us new ideas and open our minds. And then I wanted today to just really live in this character and feel her and tell her own love story. And there's just something about that is just, this will be one of the greatest characters I'll get to play, and I want to protect it as much as I can.
And I agree with you. And this is probably going to be a play that we're going to put up at our studio, and you're probably going to be in it, because we have to do it. It's such good writing. It's such an awesome play.
Yeah.
And I'll just talk about you, Shay. I mean, you are an extraordinary human being, and you have stepped up in ways that I never even thought you were capable of. I mean, because I didn't know we were going to need to. Like, I didn't even know the things you've stepped into were ever going to be a thing you'd have to step into. So how could I have predicted it? Right. But yeah, I mean, you truly are extraordinary, and you're right. You're not the same person. I mean, you have grown and changed and progressed so much, and I expect nothing less other than more and more and more of that same thing. And so know that today your goal came across sometimes. When she was in the camera and she was linked in and she was connected to him and smiling, and this big smile, it came across. It was there. And so and I'm looking at the two of you now. It's interesting the way Dakota's got his chin down right now. Like, it's interesting. I see how much he loves the studio. You know, I feel so much, and that's the important thing for us to understand. if I want the audience to feel that, I have to find a way to help them experience that thing.
Right.
And let's not kid ourselves. There are tons of obstacles when we're in person too.
Right. Absolutely.
Right. There are. And I mean, the last masterclass, I think someone got in a car wreck.
Yep.
So they didn't get to go. It was your partner. That's right. It was your partner.
Partner.
So so think about that. You did all the work and didn't even get to hit the stage.
Yep.
You know, I mean, we did some stuff with you, but still, like, that's unbelievable if you think about that. Yeah. So now it's like, okay, there are different obstacles, but there's always going to be obstacles. How are you going to react to those things? And that's the big thing I want everyone to get away from this whole experience of however many months we're in lockdown, is take that away, this idea of what can I do during this time, because this is just prepping me for future crises that will come. Yeah. Like, well, all we know for sure is that you're going to have more problems. That's it. We all know.
And they're going to be different problems.
Yeah, you're going to die. Someone else is going to die. There's going to be all kinds of things that you're going to be faced with. So you got to get good at how you react to them, because that's the only thing you do have control over at the end of the day. All right, Joey's going to send you two back to the studio lobby, and I'll give a little wrap up before lunch here.
Thank you, MD.
Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Good work, you two. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll end on this. Dakota said, I said, well, what'd you learn? And he said to get a new cell phone. And he was joking. But I also want to say yes to that. Get a new cell phone. In other words, use the one you have to the best of your ability. You use that cell phone in a way that is that, I don't know, you put it closer to the router box or whatever, or go borrow mom and dad's cell phone. Go borrow your roommate's cell phone. Like, you do whatever you got to do to understand that it's your responsibility. You don't get to blame a technology. You don't get to blame, any limitations. You have to instead find a way around those limitations. That is the key. So take that with you to lunch today. We're going to be off for about 50 minutes. We'll be back here at 12 o'clock for Scene 3 of Masterclass Day 3.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and pause the live video. We will be back at 12. Students, go ahead and move over to your interactive link to congratulate each other on your performances. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Masterclass Online. We will be going up next with actors Corey and Matt, who will be working on an excerpt from the play I Ought to Be in Pictures. Make sure that I am unmuted on their end as well, Joey. Which I think I'm not, because they just missed my intro.
You know what? You can just tell everybody that this was Joey Sweeney's fault. Technical difficulties.
No need. Let's just bring my audio over. I'll let them know. All right, you two have been introduced. We didn't have my audio on there for a second, so I'll do that again for you. Next up, we have actors Corey and Matt. We've heard this before, but it is true. Corey and Matt here are going to be performing an excerpt from the play I Ought to Be in Pictures for acting class right now.
You know, this Zoom chat thing is all the rage. But you know, at 3 a.m., I can't believe I'm getting a call. And this little guy, he's been lonely for weeks. Why didn't she call?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
Oh, I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 3 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been for till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock? I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I got settled in a motel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here, you don't tell me where you're going, you don't call, you don't know anybody in this city. And you Zoom chat me at 3 o'clock in the morning and don't think I have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy? Be huffy.
Oh, don't test me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years I owe you, you got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back, asking me for payoffs, ever since you contacted me with that orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me, and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out meeting people.
What people?
Important people in the business.
Show business?
That's right.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might know?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them.
Like who?
Like Jack Nicholson.
All right, good. Let's take this back. So this is better, you two. Let me ask, what do we work on?
Comedic timing. Definitely trying to find more of the sense of purpose, I think, for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
I think we also tried to work on like the ups and downs of the piece. Like it's not kind of like flat in one way. And I mean, I personally tried to work on the dialect a lot.
Okay, good. So I see all that improvement, and it's much improved overall, even from a technical standpoint, from the technology standpoint. Everything's working out pretty smoothly, so that's all good. What we're missing now is a grounded relationship.
Okay.
Which now becomes the number one thing, and I want to try to help you get there. So essentially, we're going to want to layer back in everything you just worked on once we get this grounded, 100% believable relationship back.
Okay. So you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, the session from 2 days ago had a little bit more of that emotional feeling that although it was a little bit more anger on my end, you want some of that emotion still and care.
Here's the truth. I don't know if it was there last time. I'm not sure that it was, because last time there were other issues that were the more important thing to work on. So now this has become like, now I can understand you. The shots are not distracting. I feel like we understand some of the comedy. Now what the issue is I don't believe you.
I got you. So Matt, on purpose, I didn't do any, I didn't watch any other YouTube videos on this show or try and find out, what others are doing or did, or what I know the backstory. I know Neil Simon very well, but I did not try to give this like, okay, well, I didn't do a lot of research on trying to make that relationship. And I would appreciate your help on trying to say, hey, where do we pull that in? Because I the other day, what I heard from you was you're also kind of just being the LA dad who it's not that he doesn't care, but he's trying to be cool. So that's where I'm struggling.
He's trying to mask his feelings, but he's got to have the feelings in order to mask them. So what I need to see is, are you a theater actor, Matt?
Yes.
Okay. So is Corey. So the two of you have a good background in acting, and you've been on stage many times, I'm sure. The tendency can be to speak over the other actor and to perform the piece. And once you understand the beats, which I believe you do now, to just play the beats and not connect with each other. And when you can combine the talent, the technique that you've both worked on very hard, because you are both good in your own right, probably as theater actors. If we can take that technique and then apply the things that we talk about with just, I have to believe that I accidentally got into a Zoom conversation that I wasn't invited into.
Okay.
So whatever your point of view is, what we do know is that you're her dad. What we do know is that you're struggling and trying to figure out how to be a dad. And as a human being, just the way that you are talking to me now and listening to me now, you took notes a second ago, now you look up and you're waiting. You need to make sure that what you say lands on the other person, that you hear them and you absorb it, and then from what they say, you move on to the next thing, having felt something, both of you.
Okay.
So just because you understand it and you can kind of play notes, you'll get yourself stuck in a place where it's pretty good, but it's not awesome.
Most people call that listening.
There you go.
Okay.
That's exactly
Sounds
it.
good. Yeah. All right.
And I think the beginning might be too cute.
Okay.
What are those lines? Let me hear those lines, the opening ones.
Oh, this Zoom chat thing is all the rage, but this little guy here, he's been waiting for a phone call for months. Why didn't you just call?
Okay.
Change it.
I think it can be just as simple as,
Hey, this phone works.
Or what took you so long to call?
Okay. Sounds good. What took you so long to call?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took a pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
Okay, that voice right there, Matt.
Yeah.
Sounds actory.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I need to see Corey. I need to see Libby on the screen.
You don't see her right now?
No, I just see Matt. I just see you, Matt.
Oh, if you press video, it should work.
Yeah, you definitely need to see her for sure. I think there's a way you can change your view, I think, where you like pin her.
I think if you press on my face, it should show us.
Yeah, now you're up. Okay, great.
And now if I talk, does it come over to me or does it stay on her?
It comes over to you. So
how does he change that? Is there a way he can change that?
Yeah, you can. Are you on an iPad, Matt?
Yeah.
All right, so swipe to your left, and you'll go into gallery view, and there you'll see both Corey and Matt when his video's on.
But when my video's not on, he'll see like a blank screen.
He'll just see Corey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he just shut his video
He just turned
off.
off the phone.
Are you still there, Matt? He disconnected. He's out. Oh, he's back.
You're muted.
I got it. I can. Oh.
Okay. So I'm on gallery view. I'm seeing 5.
Perfect. So now what you'll do is double tap on her.
Yes.
And it should go to just her, and she'll be pinned there for the rest of the scene. Other than yours, it'll be in the corner, I think.
Okay. Why didn't you call in there?
Okay, go back.
Yeah.
So, I want you to take your time every time, because when you said I need to see Corey, it's funny because I was watching you look at the screen and I thought you were actually seeing her, but you were telling yourself that you really needed to see her, like see her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Building it up.
So I thought that's what you were saying. Now I actually want you to say that. I want you to lean back and I want you to wait.
Okay.
Until you actually feel that this is my daughter, my estranged daughter. I have this responsibility. I've been waiting up all night. I'm trying to fall asleep. I have trouble with that. You're angry, but you're trying not to be. And just see this little girl, and you know the streets of L.A. And of course she's from New York, so that's not a cup of tea either. But you wouldn't be out right now. You wouldn't be out super late. I mean, it's a little dangerous. So she's just getting home, and it bothers you that she's not even worried. And you're trying not to overplay that because you don't want her to feel like, whatever, that you care too much, even though you really do. So just wait till you believe the relationship, breathe into it, see her as your daughter, find that love of the relationship, and then speak from there.
Okay. Why didn't you call me earlier?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take the pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
All right, good. This is good. This is better. So let's go back to the beginning. And now it's a very subtle technical issue, and it's on your side, Corey.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, no, but nothing's wrong technically. I just want to tell you that you need to give this a half second longer to hear the line.
Okay.
You're responding a hair too quick that I don't believe you've heard him and can process that quickly.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Remember, you don't know what you're going to say next, or your character doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So you have to process. He says, "Why didn't you call?" And you got to think about it for a second. Like, well, why? Like, why? I guess I don't know. And then the next thing, and you're kind of just processing what he's saying and figuring it out, and then you figure out what to say. So it's just a slight, tiny bit of a pause, and also part of it is us knowing the restrictions of this format. We all know what it is, so we understand that it takes a second for the audio to transfer over, get to your ears, and then you come back with something else. So when you respond too quickly, you get caught acting, essentially.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna come in before you talk. I saw you about to talk, and I can't help myself. Make sure you don't get into a repetitive pattern you can't get out of. Okay. So the whole pill thing, just so you know, every time you've turned at the exact same perfect moment, and if it doesn't feel right, don't do it. If you just need to get close and look her in the eyes, do that. But just feel like you have the freedom to do what you want to do, what you feel, what feels right in the moment, whenever you want, and you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
If it's been blocked to be a certain way, and you're not feeling it, and it's got to be in there because Neil Simon wrote it in, then you have a responsibility to wait until it does feel right, and then go and make the move, whatever the thing is. And then if you're in rehearsal and you're like, okay, I can't wait that long to feel it, then you got to go, okay, what do I got to do earlier to make sure I feel it when it's the time? But I don't want you to ever get in the habit of making a move when it's not real for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why didn't you call earlier?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take the pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Oh, forget about Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
Out where? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I got settled in a motel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here, you don't call, you don't tell me where you're going. You don't know anybody in this city. And then you call me from a Zoom chat in a motel room and don't think I have a right to be huffy?
Want to be huffy, be huffy.
Well done. That's great timing. Holy crap. I couldn't help myself. That was hilarious. All right, good. Let's go back. I want to help you block yourself around the door there.
Okay. Stand by for 1 second, please. I gotta turn something off. Okay. And we're back.
Okay, good. So, just going back to the format that we're in here, Matt, if you're gonna play the physical comedy, you're gonna have to play it all the way out. So okay. in other words, you'll have to give yourself a moment of pause. This would be a good time for that walking cam, Joe.
Teacher cam?
Are you with me on that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do you have a second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect.
Here we go.
All right, Joey's gonna follow me really quick.
You gotta turn on your mic.
Oh, is it not on?
You can see this in the Zoom, right, Matt? Corey, can you guys see the?
Wait, yeah, I can see it.
Cam?
See what? Okay, let me go back to gallery, sorry. Okay, yeah, I can see you, bud.
Cool, great. Is it on, Matt? Your mic? Your lab?
Yeah, my lab's on. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 10-4.
It's muted. So you want to move that over there? Oh, okay. It's on now. All right, here we go. Okay, so what I'm saying here is, if you go that way, Joey.
Okay.
So basically, if I'm going to make a move and I go, all right, you know what? Here's the deal. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Just like a very distinct, I'm going to come out, pause, say what I'm going to say, finish, go back, and then say more things. You have to be sort of like you would in theater. You got to come out, define the comedy, do it, and come back. And ideally, if we're going to make a move like that, we would try to think through a rule of 3 there. So you wait, you think, what would be funny to come out, pause, say something, pause, leave, and do it 3 times.
Okay.
And then Corey, on your end, think to yourself, here, I'm going to repeat here. I'm going to take this down. So on your end, think to yourself, when you're yelling at him too, same idea.
Okay.
So take your time with the language, take your time getting it across. And I'm honestly more excited than anything because you made me belly laugh a second ago because you hit the rhythm of the play. You know, and the fact that you said Zoom chat was something that, like, I literally believe you're on a Zoom chat, and it just, like, Neil Simon's writing just popped in that 1 second. So I'm like, cool, let's do more of that, basically.
Oh, you wait. There's more.
I know there is. I know there is.
Okay.
But what's crazy about this stuff, guys, and most people don't actually realize this, is those moments are they're so often. And I think a lot of times some directors will only sit on like the big laughs, but really like the whole thing can be that good. And your job is to keep us on the edge of our seats from the very beginning to the very end. And that stems from the relationship.
Okay.
So she should be able to do something like fall down or fart or something weird, and it should change your character. If you're not listening to the point where you're affected by that and you pop out and give her a look of some kind, then you're not totally connected and you're doing more of an acty type thing. So it goes back to what you said earlier. It's all about listening. And then, this would be almost contrived in some way where we know we're going to do a certain move, but you'll have to pop out, connect, land the idea, make sure it lands, leave.
Okay.
Then you're doing whatever you're doing back there. You come back, you'll do it again. Yeah. So it'll be 3 times during your speech when you leave.
Very good.
And then Corey, if you can find a way to, and I don't know if you guys work this out or not, but if you can find a way to let yourself get frustrated a little bit by him, and not a lot, but just a little bit, with like, why do you care so much? And kind of be getting closer and closer to you. And as he sits, you leave.
Okay.
Okay, that's creates some of that really fun movement stuff that we can create. And now all of a sudden you'll be close up and looking at her.
Okay.
Okay. And also, Corey, listen to him too, because there was a time when you were in the bathroom earlier when we were working on it, we got that far, that he was coming in and really trying to talk to you, and listen to the voice. So if he's saying like, hey, we need to talk, you'll have to know I better come back in and look at him because he's demanding my attention. I have to give it to him.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Stand by. How do I gotta switch to Corey here.
You have to double tap my face, I think.
Double tap? Oh, thank you. You Gen Xers. Okay.
Your daughter, man, she's so smart. But don't tell her that.
She knows she is. Why didn't she call me earlier?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happened with you two?
Oh, never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
Okay, good. It was close. It was close. You barely missed it. So we're gonna go back to your exit.
Okay.
Here's where you got caught acting, Matt. You tried to leave, but because you hadn't done your line yet, you hesitated.
Yeah.
And so the line you hesitated on was, well, she's not, staying here tonight, whatever that line is. You didn't need to be in the room for that. There's nothing that says you have to be in the room for that.
Okay.
So I just caught you waiting for her line instead of just being in a natural flow.
Yeah.
And then when you pop your head back in, pop it in, connect to her first, connect to her eyes from the door, then say the line, then pause, then leave, and then keep talking more. This is very precise direction here. And I could be very wrong, but we're gonna find out.
That's what we're here for. Right.
Yeah, that's right. To see if I'm right or wrong. That's exactly right.
You ready, Corey?
Yeah.
Why didn't you call me earlier?
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happened with you two?
Never mind, Stephanie. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock? I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I got settled in a motel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out of here. You don't tell me where you're going. You don't call. You don't know anybody in this city. And then you Zoom chat me at 3 o'clock in the morning and don't think I have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy, be huffy.
Don't touch me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years I owe you, you've got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs.
Okay, hold up. It's great, guys. Let's go back to that. So come in, Corey, now, and that line, and then Matt. At some point, give her the line, give her the eyes, because that's a shot right there to the nuts. And we gotta see the little bit of pain, and she needs to see it that she got you, and then she'll leave going like, "Oh, I got a little punch in."
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, do you want me to go for my line?
Yeah, right there. Your line's great.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back.
Again. And Corey, slow it down and give yourself different notes. And you're being snarky, but it doesn't mean you got to yell.
Okay.
So you can, but I want to see you play this line 100 different times. And you know, maybe this time let's bring your face right up close to the camera, and your job is to get a reaction out of him.
Okay. Got it.
And you know, hurt him a little bit. So he should get a little. He should give you a little smile or something, some kind of a response to okay, got, you know, cute kid.
Okay. All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of the big shot friends.
Too fast.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with
Good.
that
Go again,
orphanage.
Corey. See what happens if you go even slower.
Okay.
And I want you to hear this, okay? Because this is a good note for you for moving forward.
Okay.
This is where your talent comes out. Your talent lives on your ability to move notes in between words in the middle of a line.
Okay.
So it's like, all I asked for is one lousy introduction to one of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
Okay.
And then out. But like your ability to move notes in between those words is what makes it interesting and funny and what's going to hurt him, and it's going to land you big time roles as an actress.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back, asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with that orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me, and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up?
Okay, good.
You're my
So
witness.
Corey, this is what I'm talking about now. He's now demanded your attention back. Where did he demand it?
I mean, kind of at the beginning.
Which line specifically?
Like, you've been on my back.
Nah, not quite. What? Where did he punch you?
Orphan Annie.
Orphan Annie. That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, because you're a girl who didn't have a dad growing up. It's him, but you know, so he said you're coming in here with this little Orphan Annie. That's like, oh really? So that would get you back in, and then you want to give him a chance to punch you, so that he can release you, the way you just released him. It's like a win. So it's gonna be a back and forth deal.
Got it.
Okay. And I want to tell you one more note, because when you watch this back, you'll be able to see this.
Mm-hmm.
You did, I think it was Big Shot Friends, something like that. But one of those, it was a rehearsed sort of eyes up thing.
Okay.
Okay. So when you look back on it, I want you to just notice that it had become a habit of yours to act it out that way.
Mm-hmm.
And that line, the intention of the line is to hit him. Therefore, you must maintain your discipline to stay on him and nail him, because he's not watching you for the performance. Sometimes that is the case. This time is not one of those times.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go back from your line, okay?
Mm-hmm. All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back, asking for payoffs ever since you showed up on my door with that Orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me, and I'm here to collect. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out meeting people.
What people?
Important people in the business.
Show business?
That's right.
See, and what important
Go
people in
wait. Go back. Show business. Say that.
Show business?
Now, Corey, look at his face. You got to nail him right back.
That's right.
Come on down. Match him. Match him screen wise, if you can, and if you can even go opposite what he's doing, like no other way.
Oh, like this way?
Yeah.
Okay, same on mine. Okay.
Right. So now I'm literally blocking a Neil Simon play via video, by the way, which I'm very excited about. But give me more of an angle, Corey. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. So he's gonna say show business. You'll see him from there, and you're gonna come back and go, "That's right," right back in his face, and then let's see what happens from there. Okay.
Okay.
Where are we going from? Is she going to Big Shot Friends? Or
yeah, we can do that. Okay, Corey, so we're going to go back to your line then. And when we do, I want you to also, you'll hear something else back. You stress the word I. Be very careful of that. Most of the time, I, me, my, all that stuff is not important. Mm-hmm. You're not stressing one enough. So you're only hitting lousy, and you can separate one and lousy and, big shot and friends. Just there's so much in there. Just be careful, because you're just skipping over one. But the truth is, you asked for one. That's an insult.
Well, I say some, so is that like equivalent? Because it's like, I didn't think it was that important because it was like kind of a general term.
No, every word is important.
Okay.
So whatever Neil Simon wrote, you say, unless we absolutely had to change it for video.
Right. Okay.
Because otherwise, if you don't, Neil Simon will roll over in his grave and he will smack me in the face.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to fall asleep tonight.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I did it again. I'm sorry. Can I go back?
Yep. But you the one I was talking about was the first part, and that time you got it right. Yeah.
Okay. All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm doing over.
That's all right.
Okay.
And then Matt, at any time you can start looking and just soak her in, because I want to see your eyes just sort of take this, just very deadpan, just going like, ouch.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back, asking for payoffs ever since you walked in here with that Orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me, and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out meeting people.
What people?
Important people in the business.
Show business?
That's right.
I see. And what important people in show business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might know?
I don't know if you know them. You may have heard of them.
Like who?
Like Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson? Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see. Who else did you meet?
Go back, Matt. You met him tonight. Play with that line.
Jack Nicholson? Okay.
Every word. Remember every word. The more you pause and move, you that's your talent.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson? Of course I've heard of him. You've met him tonight?
That's right.
So I'll give you an exaggerated version so you know what's possible. Jack Nicholson, of course. Yeah. I've heard of him. Yeah. You met him tonight? There's the movement there by separating the words. That's your talent.
Thank you. Jack Nicholson? Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see. Who else did you meet?
In movies or on television?
Either one.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy. How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Anyone else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candice Bergen, Suzanne Plachette, a vice president at Columbia Pictures, that director who directed Jaws, a lot of others, I can't remember their names.
Well, you must have been very busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversation, but I talked to them.
Again, Corey, we missed that.
What?
You swallowed that line.
Okay.
Well, and it's also very important. So think about what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll give you my.
She doesn't know he's making fun of her yet.
Yeah.
So did you talk to them? And you're actually explaining your night.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to them? Well, yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversation. She's being very real, and he thinks she's making it up and just being an ass.
Okay.
So and the more the more you're surprised when you find out that he's been being a jerk this whole time, then the more it will hurt. In a minute.
Okay.
You ready, Corey? I'll give you my line.
Yeah.
Well, you must have been very busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversation, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talked to Grandma?
Good. Now, here's a rule of three, Neil Simon, okay? And you played it fine, but what's the word that was repeated 3 times?
From who?
From between the two of you. Talk.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, therefore, Matt, you have a responsibility to set up the first one.
Okay, thank you.
And then Corey, you listen to the way he says it, because he's gonna say it sarcastic like. You're gonna then kind of barely pick up on it, but not really know, and then you're gonna counter his talk. So just listen to it and find a way to counter that, and then Matt, you'll come and finish it off. And it happens instinctually, but there's a music to it.
Yeah.
And Neil Simon put that word in there for a reason, and it's our job to snuff it out.
Well, you must have been very busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure. I mean, we didn't have major conversation, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talk to Grandma?
No, Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack, Jimmy, and Candy?
All right, good. So Corey, so now you're not paying enough attention.
Oh, okay.
So this is the turn, because he comes back to Grandma, and now you figure out he's being a jerk.
Okay.
Because you see what, because you actually, Grandma's your imaginary friend, so to speak. You wouldn't have to talk to your dead grandma if Dad was around, but he's not. But now he's making fun of that, the way you talk to Grandma, and now you can sit there and hear him and go, no, jerk.
Okay.
I do talk to Grandma. I know she's dead. I know the difference. I'm not an idiot. Like, okay, so now you're going to be looking at him, and you got to be affected by that.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean the way I'll go for my line.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
You mean the way you talk to Grandma?
No, Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack, Jimmy, and Candy?
At a party in Beverly
Okay, good.
Hills.
Matt, separate that again.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack, Jimmy, and Candy?
Yeah, and so meet is the word that is sort of the same as talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Because when when you catch somebody on their lies, the more specifics you get into, the more you find out that they're all just BS.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get your kid caught on sneaking in late or something. You ask the right questions that they finally run into problems. And then you're going to come into this realization that you were sort of right and wrong when you find out she was parking cars.
Yeah.
And you'll actually have an aha moment where you're like, oh, geez, she wasn't lying. Okay. All right, so now it makes sense. So this is what you thought was a great night. Okay. And then you insult her even further about the cards thing. So we'll get there. All right, go ahead. The way you talk to Grandma. Let's do that one.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack, Jimmy, and Candy?
At a party in Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict's Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias? Who the hell is Gordon Zaharias?
He's the one who got me the job.
What job?
Do that again, Matt. Don't hesitate.
I know. Okay. What job?
Parking cars at the party in Beverly Hills. I made $32 plus tips, not including meeting Jack Nicholson.
That's how you met these people? Parking their cars?
Well, for a while, I was just the relay man. Like, George Segal would come out and say, 78, blue Mercedes. Then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78, blue Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tip, so I got to drive the car up and meet George Segal. He was really nice. He smiled and said thanks, just like in a touch of class. I made a lot of great contacts.
George Segal saying thanks is what you consider to be making a good contact?
Well, it doesn't hurt. The important thing was leaving the cards on the windshield.
What cards?
Well, we had to leave this little card that says, Sunset Valet Parking, no party is too big or too small. Only on the back of each card, I wrote Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small with my phone number.
All right, good. So I'm going to just direct you here because it's going good. Matt, let's come back to where you're already in the room, and then let's just have you turn and look at her. So let's act like you're sitting on a couch eating your munchies, and you just turn to her and she's the TV, because this is now entertaining to you. So you're like, oh, okay, you park car. That's how you met him, and now you kind of want more details. You're just gonna kind of soak this whole thing in.
Okay.
Yeah, just stay looking at her. Just stay turned the whole time.
Yeah. That's how you met these people? Parking their cars?
Well, for a while, I was just the relay man. Like, George Segal would come out and say 78 Blue Mercedes, and then I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy 78 Blue Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tip, so I got to drive the car up and meet George Segal. He was nice. He smiled and said things, just like in A Touch of Class. I made a lot of great contacts.
And George Segal saying thanks is what you consider to be making a good contact?
Well, it doesn't hurt. The important thing was leaving the cards on the windshield.
What cards?
Well, we had to leave this little card that says, Sunset Valley parking, no party is too big or too small. Only on the back of each card, I wrote Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small, with my phone number. I must have left 30 of them. Even if only 2 people call is worth the money I spent.
Libby, can I ask you a serious personal question? Do you honestly believe that anybody in this business, a director, a producer, a cameraman, anybody is going to call someone for an audition because they left the name on the back of a valet parking ticket?
Not a big chance, but a better chance than if I left nothing at all.
You have no chance. None.
Yeah, good, Matt. Yeah, so the only thing that didn't work was the 1 second you looked away.
Okay.
Because you just didn't need to in this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have no chance. None. There's over 5,000 qualified agents in this town who can't get their clients meetings with these people, but you think they're going to call you because you left your name on the back of a stub that they're going to throw out the window the minute they pull out the driveway.
It's a very pessimistic attitude to take.
All right, for the sake of argument, let's just say someone does look at the car. Someone is looking for a valet service for his son's bar mitzvah. Someone just met a girl at the party and wants to get her number. Someone has a piece of spare rib stuck in his teeth and is trying to pick it out with the car. Do you imagine, well, that maybe a small percentage of those people will actually look at the back of the card, but do you imagine that that man is going to slam his foot on the brakes, pull off the side of the road, and say to his wife, that's exactly what I'm looking for. A New York trained actress who doesn't care if her part is too big or too small.
Good. Go back to he's going to look at the card. And now I want you to as this. Okay, so what you've pulled off here, Matt, is when you turned and you were eating and looking at her, you were an asshole.
Yeah.
And a very good one. So it was hilarious. So now I want you to, as him, as the asshole, I want you to act this out. Okay. So like, look at the card, like smack it or something, and be like, like really pretend like you're slamming on the brakes. Like act this out as him, I mean, and he's in the business, he's an entertainer in his own right. So just you're really just like kind of sprucing this up.
Very good. Okay. All right, let's just say for the sake of argument, someone looks at the card. Someone is looking for a valet service for his son's bar mitzvah. Someone met a girl at the party and wants to get her number. Someone has a piece of spare rib stuck in his teeth and is trying to pick it out with the card. Now, only a small percentage of that group will actually look at the card, but let's say one does. He sees Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small. Do you imagine that he's going to slam his foot on the brakes and pull off the side of the road and say to his wife,
No, look, now, and say, hold on, and say to his wife, now turn like off camera, the other direction, I'm going to literally direct you here. Okay, no, good. Now hold up the card. Like, no, just an imaginary one. Like, he's like, this is what I've been looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to be on screen. Like you can just hold it up, but that's the idea right there. You just pick it up right from there.
Okay. Do you imagine that he's going to slam on his brakes, pull off the side of the road, and say to his wife, that's exactly what I'm looking for. An actress trained in New York who doesn't care if her part is too big or too small. Right under my nose, in my very own car. What a break for me. I'll be sure to call her first thing in the morning in case somebody else with spare ribs stuck in their teeth didn't get to her before me.
With
Now
an
go back to
attitude
work.
like that,
Perfect.
I can see why you don't get too much done.
Forget I mentioned it. I'm sorry I brought it up. I'll be sure to leave you alone in the morning in case
All right,
you're
good. Now,
swamped.
Corey, let's come back to you really quick. So he nailed you.
Mm-hmm.
Give it the pause. Come in one word at a time. And now you're like, ugh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So just hit the end of your line, Matt, because we're gonna have to talk here in a minute.
So I'll be sure to call her in the morning in case somebody else with spare ribs stuck in her teeth doesn't get to her before me.
Oh shoot, sorry, I ripped in the
It's
wrong
okay.
line.
Right from your line, Corey. It's fine. Come right in.
With an attitude like that, I can see why you don't get too much done.
Good. And again, and bring it from hurt instead of anger.
Okay.
He's kicking your dream.
With an attitude like that, I can see why you don't get too much done.
Forget I mentioned it. I'm sorry I brought it up. I'll be sure to leave you alone in the morning in case you're swamped with phone calls.
If I stayed in Brooklyn, I never would have come out here. If I never came out here, I never would have met Steffi.
No, so you're doing it again. So now it's a line read.
Yeah.
Corey, come right up to the camera. I'm going to do this for you. Come right on up. Put your face right in there. And I need you to actually feel.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the hard part about being an actress. She doesn't have a dad.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad walked out on her. You got to go to that place. You got to go to that hurt and that pain, and that's work that you have to do. So this would be as we progress this scene forward. That's your next level where when you hear your daddy speak to you in this way, it ruins you.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to understand, just the same way that every other play has the responsibility to bring justice to the character, there are kids whose parents walk out on them. There are kids who are orphaned and abandoned, and you're telling their story.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't go to that pain, you're not doing them any justice.
Okay.
Okay. So right now, take a second, stay right there, be vulnerable, and go to her pain. And breathe. There's no right or wrong.
If I stayed in Brooklyn, I never would have come out here. If I never came out here, I never would have met Steffi. If I didn't meet Steffi, she never would have told me about the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts.
Again, Corey, so now when you watch this back, the look up is the part that ruins this, and it's either, and this is for Matt too, there are moments where these longer monologues, you don't know them as well as you need to. So the look up is you looking for line one, or two, you've just planned it. So my guess is you just don't quite know the lines as well as you should, to where you can be completely free. Okay, go right back in there again. And by the way, Matt will tell you in a second, and the audience will tell you, and you'll see it when you watch it back. This is better. This acting is better. You are reaching his ear right now. You are reaching his heart. You're affecting him in a way. He can't not be affected by your acting. That's your job. Your job is not to land the line at the perfect time, whatever. All the timing stuff, that's great, but you've got to be in there, and you have to use your heart, okay?
Okay.
Breathe. Take your time. Go to her pain.
If I stayed in Brooklyn, I never would have come out here. If I never came out here, I never would have met Steffi. If I didn't meet Steffi, she never would have told me about the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts. If I didn't go over to the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts, I never would have met Gordon Zaharias of Peoria, Illinois. If I didn't meet Gordon Zaharias, I never would have gotten a job driving George Segal's car. If I didn't drive all those big shots cars, the name and number of Libby Tucker would never be stuck in their windshields. Where's your number stuck? If you don't pick yourself up and do something in this world, they bury you in that Hebron cemetery.
Say it again. Say it again. Last line. Don't rush this.
If you don't pick yourself up.
If you don't. Every word. Diction.
Okay. If you don't pick yourself up
and do something in this world, they bury you in Mount Hebron Cemetery. And on your tombstone it says...
This is where you heard him. Slow down, slow down.
And on your tombstone...
And on your tombstone. Yours. Who's yours, mother?
Okay.
He hurt you. You're hurting him back. Take your time.
And on your tombstone it says, born 1903, died 1976. And in between, he didn't do nothing.
And then you leave. And ideally in a bunch of tears. And you say it strong, but the tears are streaming down, and he sees it. And that's the moment. And what do you say back, Matt?
Leaving cards in windshields is not how you become an actress.
And going to Hollywood Park Racetrack is not how you get a script written.
Don't you tell me what to do. I haven't asked you for your advice or your help.
I stopped asking for yours. I'm an independently self-employed woman.
You're a dreamer. That's what you are. You paint pictures of Morocco on your ceiling and pretend you're not from Brooklyn. You pretend your father is the king of Hollywood and that you're going to march out here and become the princess. Well, I got news for you. Life isn't pretending. It's goddamn hard work.
All right, good. We'll stop there. So we're really getting someplace here. And right there again, we're rushing the lines because there's so much juice in there. So this will be a big note for the two of you, is to find a way to breathe better so that you can slow down the words without slowing down the play. A lot of times when I'll tell actors, and you didn't do this, you're both very well trained, but I'll tell actors to slow down and they'll just put in long pauses, and that's not interesting. But when you dissect some of what Neil Simon's written there, I mean, it's just really, really powerful, good stuff. Okay, you two. First time in Masterclass. Tell me about your experience. What'd you learn?
I mean, I didn't know really what to expect going into it, but like now, like if I were to do it again, I would probably like be more prepared. I feel like I was a little bit underprepared because like I knew like my lines and I knew my character, but I feel like I didn't really like have the connection in the best way I could.
Okay.
So yeah.
So how would you have prepared differently then?
I did like write out a backstory and like write out stuff about my character, but I probably would have done more if I could and like really figure out how she connects with me in more ways so I can get to that emotional place.
And why didn't you?
I think that like, I mean, I think I tried, but I don't think I did like enough. Like, I feel like I thought it was enough and I thought I was able to get there, but then I like, once we got to this weekend, I was like, I'm not fully there.
And my guess, and I told you this when I met you, because I could tell you were very talented already, but I was under the impression that you had been given a lot of compliments. That was my take on you. And I remember this.
I do get compliments, but I also really have bad like confidence. So I think it's kind of like a mix. Like people compliment me and I immediately am like, no.
No, I get that, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think you've ever been coached in this way.
Oh yeah, no.
So it's not that you weren't willing to do the work. It's just you didn't know what the work was necessarily. And now that you're seeing it, I mean, this happened for me. When I first took Larry Moss's class, I was a film actor because I was an idiot. So I was like, film, not theater. But it's also because I hadn't seen good theater. I had never experienced it. I had only experienced really bad community theater. And I was like, oh, like that's not for me. Mm-hmm. And then I went to Larry's class and I watched great actors move me. And I'm talking even Shakespeare. I had never read Shakespeare or done any Shakespeare, and I didn't have to understand the language to be crying. Like I can't even explain the difference. And I go, oh dang, I got to do that for the rest of my life. Whether it's on film, whether it's on stage, it doesn't matter. Like this is important because this is what life is about, and our job as actors is to do this. And Larry was, he talks a lot about, You know, like he trained with Meisner, and he trained with all these people. He knew Neil Simon personally. You know, I mean, he was friends with all these people, and he's one of the last coaches of his generation. And he said in the room, he's like, when he sat down with, I think it was like Uta Hagen or somebody, and they all cried around the dinner table, and he said, I will carry on this message. And I heard that, and I was a young actor at the time, and I said, I'm gonna do that too. I'll do that for you, Larry. Like, but I have a lot of work to do to be able to get to a place where I can help you do this thing. And this thing is just, it's helping actors realize how deep acting can be and should be, and putting a big finger up to the reality TV of the world, you know, because it's like, fine, that's a genre, okay, but it's not acting, and don't say it's acting, because it isn't, you know. And so that's why I was feeling like you hadn't heard this before, but you getting to see it in all the other scenes and then experience it yourself, you now go, oh, hopefully this big light bulb goes off, and you say, okay, I get it. I get how hard it is. I get the different type of work, and then it's never ending, and I get how good I possibly could be. Like, I just want you to see infinite potential. That's my whole goal with you.
I think also because, like, I've basically only done musical theater my whole life. Like, I've never really focused on just acting, and I've, like, never really taken an acting class before. So, like, it was definitely a different experience, and, like, I learned from every single scene.
Yeah, and you can think to yourself, too, that would be like an actor saying, you know, I've never really taken a voice class, but I just thought I'd, you know, do a musical, and their voice isn't that great, but they can act well, and you go, well, there's a reason why your voice isn't that great. You haven't practiced it, you know. Yeah. And that's a common thing. And so that's why I wanted you to fall in love, hopefully. I want everyone to fall in love with the process of this, because it can be so fun, and it can lift you up. I mean, it can make your whole week being in a class like this. It can make your year, and you're like, I can't wait to work like that again. Like, that's how I want to live, is right there in that space. Because you understand the work you did today is so important, and it's better, and it probably felt better at times than entire productions you've put up. You know, and by the way, musicals can and should be this good too.
Yeah.
They really should. The acting, the singing, it's all got to be grounded in this kind of reality. If you look up one of Larry's clips, I can't remember the name of it, but just look up him coaching musical theater, and your jaw will just drop, because he takes a girl that's got a great voice, it's already pretty good, and then all of a sudden he gets her to emotionally connect and dig her feet into the ground, and she sings this song, and tears are coming down her face, but her voice is stronger than it's ever been, and she understands it. She didn't understand it before, and then she gets it, and she puts it in her body, and you're going like, oh, dude, I've seen that musical. I've never seen that musical. And it was written to be like that, to move an audience, and that's usually the difference between a Broadway production of the original cast with the writer, amazing actors, and then everyone who does a copy of it afterward. And it's not like you're comparing yourself to somebody else. It's just you should hold yourself to the standard of, I want to tell this story to the best of my ability, not just entertain an audience.
Okay, yeah.
All right, Matt, how about you, bud?
So yeah, I'm on that same track. I basically last year started looking into getting into Larry Moss class, and timing wise and everything in between, family and all that just didn't pop out, but this did, and it just worked out so serendipitously for me. What I'm trying to do is, I've been in the theater since I was 11 years old, and now I'm trying to learn the subtleties in the camera itself, because what I'm finding is that I'm way too this or way too that, and I can't find the middle. So that's where this has been good for me to find just those small tweaks, like you were talking about, even in finding the innuendos and things like that within Neil Simon's writing that we brushed over, that are so pivotal. And even though in Neil Simon's theater, I still appreciate that it can be taken to the stage, or excuse me, to the camera, and crush the camera any day.
Yeah.
You know?
And you want to start thinking to yourself, I would eliminate the idea of the difference between theater acting and film acting.
Okay.
And just say to yourself, okay, I haven't been doing theater acting as good as it can be done because I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
The subtle differences are close-ups and different ways that you might use your voice. The differences are the technicalities, but at the end of the day, good acting is real, it's authentic. You believe the experience that you're having. There is no other difference. And that's why I wanted to stress that we are inventing our own genre here. And once again, there is no difference. I either believe you or I don't. Period. And so you take that believability and you insert it into any genre, whether it be voiceover or anything, and it's like, I either believe it or I don't. And there's a reason why, for instance, some kids movies that are like animated, they might have a star-studded cast, but if the stars are singers, it's not going to do well. If they don't find a way to connect to the reality and you believe the characters and you fall in love with them, the animated film comes out and it's a D and it doesn't do well. So understand it's all the same across the board. And I got to tell you, Matt, I'm a big fan of yours already. You know, because I didn't know you. So I mean, as a student and as a person, I have no idea what to expect. You come in and you know you did a great job with your audition. I was like, okay, he takes this seriously. That's great. And then you know, just watching the way that you've been very present in the class, that you show up, that you're there to you know, congratulate everybody. You're taking it very seriously, and you're going to level up again and again and again because of that. And you know, I appreciate your work ethic, and you're gonna fly. Like, dude, you're a great actor.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, and it's a tough town to live in here because, I'm not only just remote now, but I'm remote all the time, living in northern Arizona, and I don't get to do scene study, so I eat this stuff up when it comes around.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude.
I appreciate it a lot.
It's funny because like who would have guessed we would get to do it this way, you know? But like I said to start the class, I'd love to get to coach some people out in London and different places. Like why not? You know. So now all of a sudden, the world's been opened up to us a little bit. So, but yeah, dude, just keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep up the humble attitude. I mean, I just, you know, you would have every right to, you know, to be snobby or something, and you're just not. You know, you're a good dude, and you came in to learn and to grow, and I think hopefully you did. So, you know, I'm happy for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, actors, we're going to bring you back into the studio lobby here virtually so you can talk to these two and congratulate them on a great scene. To everybody else, thank you for watching. We've got one scene left today. It's a great one. It's from Barefoot in the Park, and we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
And so I would literally just leave like just shaking from like the
All
sugar.
right, everyone. Go ahead and move
Are
yourselves.
your ears burning, Joey?
Are my ears burning?
Yeah.
I don't understand the reference.
They were talking about your scene, Joe. You don't know that reference? Come on.
You don't know that reference?
No,
He's never seen Groundhog Day. What do you expect?
True.
Yeah,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, instead, let's move over to the live video and end this conversation.
All right, guys, head on over to your live.
We will start the next scene shortly. This will be the last scene of the day. We'll have one more get together, and that'll be it for day 3. Can't hear. Shay, you bringing them in?
Yep.
Wonderful. You're a baller, shot caller.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Our last scene for the day is going to be actors Brian and McKenna, who will be working on an excerpt from the play Barefoot in the Park.
Do you just want me to start whenever? Well, how about that, Mr. The State's gonna be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's gonna get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Paul? Are you there?
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
All right,
What?
good. All right, this is already better, you two. Great.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, McKenna. Let's just add more drunk.
Okay.
Okay, but same type of deal there. What you had going, and then Brian, you're too contrived.
So angrier, like more.
No, like it's too. You've already made a choice, and the choice is going to happen no matter what.
Okay.
So
cool.
I need you to listen and relax and be wherever you're going to be, and let it be a real improv, not you're trying to time it at the perfect time.
Perfect. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Well, how about that, Mr. The State's going to be a fiasco tonight? He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest.
You see, Brian, you were about to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like you've already made your choices, and they're gonna come out either way. And I need you to loosen that up. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, and McKenna, let's have you do me a favor. Sometimes be looking at him occasionally, but for the most part, try to look right in the lens.
Okay. So there.
Yep, and just pretend. Here's the deal. So you know the difference. We've talked about it, but when I look in the lens, it looks like I'm looking at you, right? So we're living in the we're living in a. Oh, you're not on me, probably. Okay.
No, you're on the.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. But you understand that that's the case.
Yeah.
So basically, these characters are living in a world where they're used to the video chat.
Yeah.
So they know that when they look in the camera, that's their way of really connecting. So they do it on purpose. Let's just let's say that, okay? And then at times she'll be thinking and whatever, and it won't, or she'll be peeking at him. But when she specifically wants to get a reaction out of him, she'll go right up into the lens. And I could see her being drunk, maybe even pulling the camera all the way up to her lips or something and talking from there, because she's just drunk and being silly and trying to be kind of outrageous, But your drunk was working really well. Brian, you don't have to have your face on the camera. You don't even need to be looking at her.
Cool.
So just open yourself up to that.
Perfect.
Aren't we going again?
Yeah. But I'm sorry, Brian, but start there, listening. And then ideally, McKenna, at some point in time, when you're doing the, I wonder if she would, no, not my mother, that thing, you won't be looking at the camera so that when you come back, he won't be there.
Okay.
Because you have to say, Paul, and then in that point, Brian, obviously you shouldn't be on, you should be gone.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, here we go.
Well, how about that, mister? The state's going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
All right, let's go back. Sorry, Bri, you're probably just getting confused with my direction at this point. So, right now the focus has to be on her.
Okay.
There's gonna come a time where she's gonna disengage from you, to be thinking about, I wonder if they're gonna have sex tonight. And she's gonna look away and she's gonna be thinking, no. And at that point, you're gonna go, and she'll come back to the camera expecting to see you there still, and then you won't be there.
Gotcha. Okay.
So right now, you just pay attention, just listen, and your non-reaction, or you're just sitting there and watching her, is going to be interesting because you're not smiling, because you're not engaging, because you're not like totally into it. That will be enough for us to get the point. And then McKenna, I want even more drunk. Just keep the one time you did really good, but just keep having a lot of fun with that.
Okay.
Okay. Just as wild and just crazy as you can be.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
McKenna, you muted yourself.
We gotta go back and have you unmute. You were so.
How did I?
You were
That's
so.
embarrassing.
You were so drunk, is what happened.
I know. I don't even know how I muted
I
myself.
just don't even know how this thing works. I'm just gonna
Dang it.
pushing the button.
I mean, it could work.
Yeah, it could.
Because
Totally.
a drunk person would do that.
Totally,
and then
that's right.
Not know it.
Yeah,
Okay.
There you go. But either way, Brian didn't think it was funny.
Well, how about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Oh, boy, what a night. Paul? Are you there?
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how uncomfortable that must have been for her? This must have been the longest night of her life.
Not over yet.
You didn't see her sitting there. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines.
Okay, good, Brian. Brian, I'm gonna direct you. Okay.
Okay.
Do your line again, the first one, and go back where you were, and just stay back there.
Okay.
And the reason is because I'm giving you this direction for a reason. You have to escalate.
Okay.
And having your face to the camera is about as big of an escalation as you can get in this medium. So at this point in time, you just need to let her know you're mad.
Cool.
Then you'll have to give yourself room to get more mad and more mad and more mad. So don't even worry so much about coming back and being seen. This is more about like just staying going. Paul, you there? And then you just kind of rant a little bit while you're doing stuff.
Cool.
Okay. So just pick it up from your line. Go right in the closet and speak. Go.
From
your first line.
Oh, what a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how uncomfortable that must have been for her? This must have been the longest night of her life.
Well, it isn't over yet.
You didn't see her sitting there.
McKenna, don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it isn't over yet. Like so he may be a grump, but you're still gonna get laid.
Okay. All right. Where do you want us to go from?
Brian's line.
Okay.
And now that he's in the closet, you have to reach him too. So you have to find a way to reach through the phone and get to him.
Okay.
You didn't see him sitting there. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
It isn't over yet.
Oh, I think I went one ahead. Sorry.
That's all right.
So
just go back to your first line.
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea what kind of a night this was for her? This must have been the longest night of her life.
Well, it isn't over yet.
You didn't see her sitting there. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines.
Okay, good. All right, Brian. So we're catching you trying to be seen by your camera.
Okay.
So just do back there. You have to trust that you can just do and be, and then when you really specifically want to come back and be seen, then do that. But when you like kind of stepped backwards and you were pretending like you were putting something away, we could see that you were just trying to get yourself on camera.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
So just go. Don't even think about it. Go. Speak. First line. Go.
Do you have any idea how uncomfortable that was for her? This must have been the longest night of her life.
Well, it isn't over yet.
You didn't see her sitting there. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
She never said a thing to me.
She's too good a sport. She went the whole cockeyed way. Boy, oh boy. Dragging a woman like that all the way out to the middle of the harbor for a bowl of sheep dip.
It was Greek bean soup, and at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams like, Ho, ho, ho. I think there's someone in there.
Now come, Brian. Come.
That's
No,
right.
no, don't speak it.
That's
No,
right.
don't talk. Don't talk. Go back.
What?
I'm trying to direct you. Poking holes at it with the thing. Say that line again.
And at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams like,
Come,
ho,
come,
ho,
Brian,
ho.
come,
I think
come.
there's someone in there.
No, come, Brian. Don't talk. Just come. Come. Quick. Quick. That's right.
That's right. Sorry, I'm seeing
Your
I'm
line.
not seeing-
What?
I know I'm not seeing.
Are you on me right now?
Yeah, I'm on your logo. Sorry.
So double click her face in that other view. So that it'll stay on her now. It should anyway.
Great.
All right. So listen to me. So what I was trying to do for you is you hear the line, and then you fast forward up to the camera. You wait, and then you say the line. That's right. So now you've saved that move. You haven't used it yet. It's just like the stage. As soon as you've used the move, it's kind of like it's going to become redundant. So now that you haven't, this is the first time that you sort of attack the camera.
Right. That makes sense.
Okay, and it doesn't have to be there, but I just wanted to show you that if you speak on the walk, it's less fun than if you make the move
That totally
first.
makes sense. That totally makes sense.
And she's making fun of you at dinner, and you're like, "Oh, really? You want to talk about dinner?" So as she starts saying dinner, you're gonna think to you're gonna start to react emotionally, and then you're gonna attack the camera, get all the way up in her grill, pause, then speak, and then you should feel it instinctually when you should leave again, knowing that you can always come back on the next time you really got to get a point across.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, good. Back to your first line.
Hold on, I gotta take this stuff out. I got nothing left.
Just take your coat off or something. Undo your shoes. Speak. Go.
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea what kind of night this was for her? This must have been the longest night of her life.
Well, it isn't over yet.
You didn't see her sitting there. You were upstairs with that Hungarian Duncan Hines. Well, she was miserable. Her face was longer than that trip we took tonight.
She never said a thing to me.
She's too good at sport. She went the whole cockeyed way. Boy, oh boy, dragging a woman like that all the way out to the middle of the harbor for a bowl of sheep dip.
It was Greek bean soup, and at least she tasted it. She didn't jab at it with her knife, throwing cute little epigrams like, ho, 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 I think there's someone in there.
That's right. At least I was honest about it. You ate 2 bowls because you were showing up for Al Capone at the next table.
What are you so angry about, Paul?
I told you. I feel terrible for your mother.
Why? Where is she at this very minute? Alone with probably the most attractive man she's ever met. Don't tell me that doesn't beat the hell out of hair curlers in the Late Late Show.
Oh, I can just see it now. What sparkling conversation. He's probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet. And she's sitting there shoving pink pills in her mouth.
You never can tell what people talk about when they're alone.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
Unconcerned? I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep until that phone rings tomorrow?
Good, and now take a big drink of that drink. I'm plenty concerned.
I'm plenty concerned.
And drink again.
Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep until that phone rings tomorrow?
Drink again, drink
I'm
again.
scared
drink
to
again.
death for my mother.
Keep drinking.
But
keep
I'm
drinking,
grateful
Keep drinking. Keep
there's
drinking,
finally the
keep drinking,
opportunity
keep
for
drinking,
something
keep
to be
drinking.
scared about.
She can't hear me, huh?
What I'm really concerned about is you.
That's good. McKenna, go back. Do that line again. See how many times you can keep drinking during the line.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, she's saying how concerned she is and she's not going to sleep and all this stuff, and she's just getting drunk. I'm plenty concerned.
Concerned. I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep until that phone rings tomorrow?
Drink more, drink more, drink more, drink more. Keep talking and drinking, talking and drinking.
I'm scared to death for my mother, but I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about. What I'm really concerned about is you.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter?
No, because there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are? You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world, and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight, you watched, and I did.
Yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was for you to do what I was watching.
You won't let your hair down for a minute. You couldn't even relax for one night. Boy, Paul, sometimes you act like a...
What? A stuffed shirt?
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what you're anticipating. I didn't say you're a stuffed shirt, but you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified? When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right. The other night at Delfino's, you were drunk, right?
Right. I was stoned.
There you are.
Go back to your line there, Brian. That's proof. You're a lawyer. You were drunk, right? Right. That proves my point.
Yeah.
I can relax. Yeah, that's right. I was stoned. I mean, how much cooler could a guy get? And McKenna, I need you to be playful here.
Me?
Yeah. No, the other McKenna.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, go.
Right. I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. You're a funny kind of drunk. You just sat there looking miserable and staring at your coat.
I was staring at my coat because I saw someone else staring at my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slop. Make your hair stand on end.
That isn't necessary.
Okay, good. Now, McKenna, I don't know to the degree you want to be pushed today, but so you're doing very well, and I can kind of push you in the right direction right now. I need you to now. So you got the drunk, but don't go to give up yet drunk.
Okay.
I need you to go to putting on a show, very playful, very fun, because the more you make light of this and be happy, it's actually more of a win for her.
Okay.
So when she's taking off the blouse and stuff, she should be like, it's a show and it's fun and almost like she's a dancer, and she's pushing his buttons and she knows it. And she's great at it, and she is an enjoyable thing.
I'll put it back on. I'll put the dress back on. Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? So there's different stages of drunk, and you've added the alcohol, so that's good. Don't go all the way to pass out drunk yet.
Okay.
Right now you're still at the, well, here's the thing. I'm a doer, and you're a watcher.
Okay.
And I'm the drunkest, and you're not drunk at all, so it sucks to be you. And I'm taking off my dress, and I look cute, and you look like well, I won't say.
Okay.
Okay, that's where she's at, and then it will turn into more of the like anger, mad, all that stuff. But right now, she's still messing with him.
Okay. All right.
And you know, just use Brian as an example. He's very easy to push his buttons.
All right, where should we go from?
You're a watcher, I'm a doer.
Okay. Let's see.
And enjoy that, right? Enjoy this part.
All right.
And
because
yeah,
there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are? You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched and I did.
Good. Now I'm gonna give you a little trick, okay, McKenna? Do you have anything there on your table? Anything else, like anything on that you can grab?
Yeah.
Just grab 2 things.
Anything random?
Yeah, anything random.
All right. I have a bottle of Prosecco and a cute little trophy.
Okay, good. So which is better?
The Prosecco.
Okay, good. So you're the Prosecco.
Okay.
And he's the trophy.
Okay.
So the doer is you. You're gonna do, and the watcher's just gonna stand there and watch, and the doer's gonna have a great time, and the statue's just gonna sit there. So you're gonna play. You're basically gonna play dollies.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you know what you are? You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world, and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched, and I did.
Now go away. Now walk away because that was spectacular. Huh. And it's just like a huh.
Yeah? Well, it was a lot harder to watch what you were doing than it was to do what you... Yeah, sorry. Said it backwards.
No, don't touch that bottle. Don't touch that
You
bottle.
wanna leave it
Oh my
there?
gosh, it was the perfect spot I've ever seen ever. Like you accidentally just covered your exact body perfectly. It was like you did it on purpose. I couldn't believe it. Because then what's funny is you're gonna get to come back and move it at a certain whenever you want to. It's a move you get to save.
I think if it was right in front of me.
I
it
have
was
no
right
idea.
there.
All I know I was like, wow, this is great. I'm getting drunk over here on my bubble water.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what you were watching.
You couldn't even.
You got the line wrong, didn't you, Brian?
What?
You got the line wrong.
It was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was for you to do what I was watching.
Right. I think you mixed something up there.
Than it was for you to do what I was watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot harder for you to do what you did than it was.
Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot harder to watch what you did than for you to do what I was watching.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did.
Good. Now,
than it
Brian,
was for-
then now I'll just play for fun. So now you try to find something in your frame, but yours will be like kind of like an epic fail, and she's not going to pay attention anyway.
Yeah, well.
So McKenna, you don't even have
it
to
was
be. You can be in the closet, just being cute.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what you were watching.
You won't let your hair down for a minute. You couldn't even relax.
No, so play. You got to play. You wouldn't. You be what's her name? I don't remember. Be Marilyn Monroe right now. Just be playful. Just be drunk and sexy and whatever, because that's gonna piss him off more. The happier you are, the more you win, and you gotta win.
Oh, oops.
You're Jessica Rabbit. Like, just, you know what I'm saying? Like you need to just, because that's you're pushing it on purpose, because it pisses him off worse.
Okay. You couldn't even relax for one night. You won't let your hair down for a minute. Boy, Paul, sometimes you act like a
what?
McKenna, can you bring your voice up an octave?
Yeah, I have kind of a deep voice.
Well, no, but in what you were doing though is you were bringing it down because of the drunkenness. So you were going down here and here down here because of the drunk, and I want you to go up here and up here because of the drunk. So I want you to be purposefully over the top, cutesy, to piss him off. Your intention is to piss him off doing that. So you have to understand this isn't about you like whatever like being actually sexy. This is because you know right now that you got him. And the more you do that, the more it pushes his buttons.
Okay.
Boy, Paul, just like happy and like, oh, I'm floating and you're just so depressed. It sucks for you. You should drink more.
You couldn't even relax for one night. You won't let your hair down for a minute. Boy, Paul, sometimes you act like
Good, and turn around.
A what? A stuffed shirt?
Up. Be happy.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what you're anticipating. I didn't say you're a stuffed shirt. But you are extremely proper and dignified.
I'm proper and dignified? When? When was I proper and dignified?
All right.
Play. And you can move the bottle anytime you want now.
All right. The other night at Delfino, you were drunk, right?
Right, I was stoned.
There you are. I didn't know it until you told me in the morning. You're a funny kind of drunk. You just sat there looking miserable and staring at your coat.
I was staring at my coat because I saw someone else staring at my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slop. Make your hair stand on end.
That isn't necessary.
Did you know? Did you know in PJ Clark's last New Year's Eve, I punched an old woman? Don't tell me about drunks.
All right, Paul.
Okay, good. Yeah, Brian. That's right. So I just want to do one director move with you so you can feel this one thing, and then we'll talk about the scene. So you got stuck there, right? Like a second ago.
Right at the end of that one?
Yeah, where you had to like think for a second and then come back.
At the end of the line or right before it?
Like right before it. You had to find your way there, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So that's a moment where I would want you to take that and understand you're right. Your instinct is correct. But because we had to watch you do it, you got caught. So how do you fix it?
When my gut tells me, I just move.
Earlier.
Right away. Like that, I got that feeling that I shouldn't be in the spot right now.
But earlier you had to have been moved earlier so you could come back for that line is what I'm saying. They're muted. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So
I thought right there that I had to move, like right at the end of that line to have to be there, but I might be wrong on the bluff. So I should have been up,
but
back
even
down,
so,
been up again.
Yeah, even so, the idea being, because here's the deal. You might not even know it till you get there. What I'm trying to teach you is how to rehearse, and I'm trying to teach the class this too. So So the point is, you're in this moment where it's like, okay, I feel this thing, and I feel like I got to hesitate, think for a second, and then come back. Well, it looks awkward when you do it.
Yeah,
but you're right. There's supposed to be a pause there, and you're supposed to think there, and you're supposed to get happy that you came up with a good idea, and you're going to come in and tell her.
Yeah.
So in order to make that happen, you got to leave sooner.
Perfect. That makes sense.
So what's the line before that? So I'll run you through it. So I was looking at my coat because someone else was looking at my coat. What comes after that?
Stare at my coat and say, look, if you want to get drunk for you sometime, I'll show you a slob, make your hair stand on end.
That's probably, on that, you're probably gone, and you're probably doing stuff in the background.
Okay. Yeah.
Or after she says it's not necessary. Maybe right then. That's not.
Yo, you're right. That's when I was supposed to get up before the line. That's also in the blocking. You're right. Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know. I'm just trying to hear like what would make sense for coming back. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, that's actually the spot in the blocking as well.
Is when?
Right after I say that.
Okay, good. So let's try it. And then wait to come back in until you're like, oh, you know what? I got this idea. I want to come right back into the camera and then say this just like you did in the beginning of the scene.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
Okay, go for it.
On me.
I was staring at my coat.
I was staring at my coat because I saw someone else staring at my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slob. Make your hair stand on end.
Wait. You know what? Wait, Bri, wait. You're going to go after her line. It has to be after her line, because why do you get up?
To think?
No.
Have we come back?
She's pissed you off. It's like she's unfazed. Like, I'll get drunk. Okay. I'll do this thing. I'm raging up here. And she just goes, that's not necessary. And then she turns away and you're like, ugh!
Yeah.
That's why you
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Do it again.
I was staring at my coat because I saw someone else staring at my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slob. Make your hair stand on end.
That isn't necessary.
Speak. Speak.
Did you know in PJ Clark's last New Year's
No, don't
Eve?
look at her. Don't look at her. Yeah, you should have been talking already.
Did you know in PJ Clark's last New Year's Eve, I punched an old woman. Don't tell me about drunks.
All right, Paul.
Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Brian. I was wrong. Now I messed up the whole moment. We got to end the scene. Do it again. So get up, but when you got to come back with excitement.
Okay.
It's like you are a lawyer, right?
Right.
Okay. So what happened here is she beats you. You're like, I'll show you. You want to see drunk? I'll show you drunk. I'll throw stuff. And she's like, no thanks. And you're like, Argh! and then right away you go, oh, here's evidence I forgot about. Let me submit this to the court.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? So you get up and then right away you're going boom, 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 right back at her.
Perfect.
Here's proof. You want proof? I punched an old lady.
Yeah. Cool.
Now who's crazy, huh? Don't tell me about crazy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was staring at my coat because I saw someone else staring at my coat. Look, if you want, I'll get drunk for you sometime. I'll show you a slob. Make your hair stand on end.
It isn't necessary.
Did you know in PJ Clark's last New Year's Eve, I punched an old woman? Don't tell me about it.
All right, Paul.
What else?
Good.
What else was I?
Yeah. Right. So you see, you're just getting beat up over there.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love having the power.
Oh, it's hilarious. But it does switch here in a minute. You know,
Yeah.
and we're not going to get that far. So,
no.
Poor Brian. All right, so let's talk about the scene. Let's talk about where you were coming into Masterclass, where you are now, what you learned. I'll start with you, McKenna.
Gosh, where I was before Masterclass. I'd say the biggest thing I've gotten from this is discipline, because we had the 5 weeks of learning our lines and and doing the work ourselves pretty much. That really required me to discipline myself and sit down, learn my lines, learn my character, read the script several times. So I definitely gained that from it. Yeah, I'm very grateful for that. Yeah.
Good. And how was that discipline process? Were you pretty disciplined or no?
For the most part. There were some days where I was like, oh, I'm tired, I'm not gonna, I would kind of just set it to the side. But I would say I spent time almost every single day these past 5 weeks at working on something related to this.
Okay.
So that's a lot more discipline for me than I'm used to, because I tend to procrastinate. So the fact that I actually put in work every day when nobody told me to was a huge change for me.
Okay. Well, that's really good. So then what about this weekend? Has there been anything additional this weekend? Anything new? I mean, have you been tuning in regularly to see everybody else? Like, where are you at?
Yeah, I have been watching other people's. I think as far as the scene goes, I really had to learn how to like let go, because I guess I'm just embarrassed to make bold choices, and like playing a drunk character can be kind of embarrassing. That's really hard for me to let go, especially when I'm not belligerent like this, when I actually am drunk in real life, which doesn't happen very often, but occasionally. But so like just letting go was hard for me to do. But between Thursday and today, I think I grew in that area a lot more.
Okay, good. And if then I could, are you gonna are you gonna keep acting? What are you gonna do?
I'd like to.
Okay, good.
I really enjoy it.
You should. You're a good actress. I heard you wanted to get behind the camera too, so I'm curious as to what you think your direction is.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I've always loved being behind the camera. I've always wanted to work behind the camera. But I've taken acting classes, I think, since I was like 15. So I think it is something I want to pursue. I know that I need to put more hours in. I need to like make it more of a priority if this is what I want to do. So it's just a matter of getting those things in order and actually making it a priority.
Yeah.
Instead of just thinking it's a fun thing to do.
Totally. That's right. So if you want to take it seriously, and this means production too. If you want to be in production, if you want to be, in acting, whatever you want to do, you've got to get to the point where you do make it a daily discipline.
Yeah.
With or without a class.
Yeah.
And that, the classes you take should be things that are enhancing your work ethic. And but you just know that whatever work you did last night, imagine if you did that much work every day for 5 weeks, where you'd be. And that means in both production or acting or both, and let's talk about this format. You sort of get to do both, and that's really cool too. So now you could think about, like I was saying, when you watch this back, it was incredibly cool how the bottle landed where it did.
Yeah.
And if you were able to understand that, to look back, peek at it and go, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Like I have this really cool cinematic view right now. Like even the way your glass is on the edge of the frame right now, it's actually really well done, because in photography they're supposed to be thirds.
Yeah.
So you're in the middle.
I did that on purpose. I wanted to make sure it was in frame.
Did you? Okay, that's what I'm saying. So now, like, this is cinematically correct, and you could pre-plan every move like that, and then you act within your own things, and you're doing it in such a way that it looks like you're doing it on accident. And you put it down, and you're not even paying attention, and then it just so happens to be the most perfect angle it could possibly be. You know? Yeah. So I mean, that's really the fun part about this too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
I enjoyed getting to do this myself. Like I said, I love behind the camera stuff. So I thought it was fun getting my set in order, and deciding what needed to be there and what didn't need to be there and why it's there, and like coming up with a story for everything. So
yeah.
That's
awesome. Cool. What about you, Brad Guy?
There's a lot. I mean, the lesson from today in itself was with just letting go of some of the blocking stuff, and just being able to not get caught, essentially. So one of the things I did last night after rewriting it, and then we worked together for like similar to what Joey, like we were like 5 hours just going, like continuing to work on the scene. And so one of the things was looking at all the blocking. And so honestly, where I was at, it was in a place where I couldn't memorize it the proper way. Like I, should be able to go, yeah, he has to get up here for this reason, not just he's getting, the playwright says get up here, you know. And I think that's where I got in trouble with the writing originally when we wrote it. Wasn't looking at all the reasons as to why everything was there. So that was a major lesson there, as far as the scene goes. And then from a personal standpoint, I hit a new thing for me, because I realized, like you sort of talked about it in your mornings with Matt with Danielle, and she asked about, getting caught in the same sort of like habits. And I do this like all the time, specifically with scenes, specifically in this particular area of life. Like I will just I won't do it ahead of time. Like I won't do the work that I need to do when I need to do it. And then you get caught like scrambling, and I'm just not going to I decided like last night that I'm just never going to let myself do that again. Like when something happens, I'm going to not make excuses about like, oh, we got all this stuff going on, or I've got a billion other things. Like it's a non-negotiable. If you commit to something, if you've committed to something, you need to commit to it completely, And so that was a really big thing for me.
Good, man. Good. I'm glad you got that from that. And even the let go thing you're talking about, it's similar to some of the things we were working on, even this morning and when we were working behind the scenes and stuff. There comes a time when you got to let go, trust the work, and understand that things aren't going to go perfect. So by staying present, staying calm, you'll find your way out of that thing. But yeah, I mean, discipline seems like to be a common theme. It usually is in Masterclass for everybody, but now more than ever, because everyone's caught in this place where you just feel so out of sorts right now, and I mean myself included. And I talked about it this morning. Every day I've talked about this since day one when I started waking up. Every day's a choice, and anybody who's asked me about it and gotten curious about it, I would say, it doesn't get easier, it gets harder. Every day's a choice. It's not like I'm 2 years in, 3 years in, and they're like, oh, you're on autopilot now. It's like, no. Like tomorrow's a choice. Tomorrow is hard, just as hard or harder than today. And so you gotta know that about yourself, and you find out, you create these false pressures that you can put on yourself that are good for you. Because if you don't do that, you're going to feel this real pressure later that's even heavier and even worse, and then you got to deal with it then,
Yeah, and you're so right. And I was very grateful for this morning, actually, because the way we were able to do what we were able to do was because of our talk this morning, because I'm very thankful, because realizing that this is the case, but Ken will tell you, I had a panic attack before this thing, like today, and I've never experienced something like that. Basically, it was crazy. Like, I couldn't, my brain, I had one of those really bad headaches that I get because of my stuff, and nothing would come to me, nothing, like lines I know, and then I was like, I have to step away for a second. I gotta breathe. And then I did. I was able to just do a few breaths and relax for a second, and not try and think about how everything's gonna go and what's gonna go wrong and what's gonna go right. And then the lines all just came back, and all the work came back. And so yeah, it was awesome. So thanks.
That's great, dude. And if you don't mind, tell me where are those tears coming from?
Just it's just this realization of a build on what we talked about this morning, which is just that I try and control certain things and do certain things, and it's something that I kind of knew was a thing, but it's sort of like back when and each again, every one of these is such a huge lesson. Back in Lonesome West, when it was when you were able to help me and realize just how unfocused I was in life. There was just this like jolt to the gut. It's like inspiring, but also like so painful. It's like it flows every moment that you've ever done that kind of comes to your brain, and you just realize like, okay, it's inspiring. I don't want to do that anymore, but there's still all the pain of all the times I've just done that, you know?
Yeah.
And still, so that's what that moment was for me, was just kind of this like this release of that and realizing just how free I'm going to be able to be, and how hard it was, you know?
Yeah. And you know, that's the thing is I can tell you, you don't have to live like that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the cool part is you know, anytime I've said some of these things to you, it's never fun. It's tough love, you know. But my thought is you don't have to live in that space, that panic attack place where you're telling yourself, I'm not a good memorizer, I'm not a this, I can't do this or whatever. And what you realize that you were doing is you were fulfilling it's a self-prophecy. And
Yeah.
you're actually bringing it upon yourself because you're doing it to yourself, not admitting it. And then at the end, all this other stuff comes up. And I want you to, I mean, dude, I'm so happy for you. But if you take this, you take that moment right before class and realize what got me back.
Mm-hmm.
Calm. Breathing.
Yeah.
Not trying to go back to my script. Not trying to like fix everything. It was just like letting myself be for a second. And realize that in the worst crisis, like if everything shut down right now over here and we had to get you back up mid-speech, the best thing Joey could do would be relax and try to do one thing at a time to get it back up and online. It wouldn't help to start pulling all the cords out all at the same time, and you know, that would make things worse.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, I mean that's a really big deal, dude. And what's crazy is I know you wanted to do this play.
So bad. So bad.
You need to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, here's the thing. You're live, so sorry, I'm screwing you over here. Tomorrow,
No, do it.
tomorrow you should be working on your lines.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, whether it be McKenna and she moves forward, which I hope she does, but you should keep doing the play and you should work on it tomorrow, and not because you have to, because you want to, and because every day you grow and you grind and you work on this thing, and also because there's always a reason when someone's called to a play.
Yeah.
And you're called to this play, and I think you thought it was because of your divorce. And I don't think that that's the reason. I think it's because you're a stuffed shirt and you don't want to be a stuffed shirt.
Hopefully.
I'm serious. You know, you're the funnest guy I know, but you're a stuffed shirt when it comes to that last minute whatever that thing is, you know. And it's like panic. That's the thing. That's the Paul. And you're like I need somebody. I need this to help release that part of me, because that's the whole idea of this play. You know, the two of them, they end up being opposites attract, and they both need to give a little bit, and her playful side helps you. It helps even you out, and your seriousness and your structure helps even her out, and it's important. But the only way that it works is if you respect the other person's position and what they are bringing to your life, and you allow some of that in, and you don't overwhelm them with your own point of view. Yeah. Yeah. There's a Paul in you. I mean, 100%.
100%. Yeah. 100%.
And he's a wonderful dude. I mean, I love Paul. There's nothing wrong with Paul. You know, he just needs to grow. He has to grow through this moment and get better, and ideally with her. And that's the way it works out. So yeah, I'm going to encourage you. Not even tomorrow, tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight you work on the lines.
Yeah.
Because you want to. And not for the whole night. Just you pick it up for 15 minutes and you work on the lines. And you're like, because I'm an actor. Why? Because I'm an actor. It's because that's what I do. It's who I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and then there's no question at all, ever, That's, you talk about the absolutes or you talk about the non-negotiables. It's like, why are you looking at the play? There's not even a scene study scheduled, because that's who I am. It's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an actor.
Yeah.
Love it, dude. All right, we're going to bring everybody back in really quick. I'll take a couple questions, and then we will wrap for the day. Thank you, those of you who are watching online. Appreciate you being here with us. And we're going to take about 5 minutes here, answer a couple questions if anybody has one. Otherwise, we will be done for the day, and we'll be here tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. You bringing everybody back in here, Joey? Or is Shay doing that?
That is a Shay Topo job, my friend.
Shay's back. I see her on there. She's just lining everybody in here.
Oh, she was doing it before you even said it.
She's on it.
There's definitely a delay, which means she was like, "Oh, boom, I know what I got to do."
Cool. So Shay, let's okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll call on one person at a time, and you just unmute the person who I call on if
Got it.
Thank you. Or you could even call on them, Shay. If anyone has a question, just raise your hand, cuz we have you muted. We can bring them in frame there too.
Phoebe.
Oh,
Phoebe, you are unmuted.
Oh, thank you. I just had a question. I've been kind of struggling with physicality, especially in this. Sorry. Wait, I think it's. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry. Is it just me that's like, okay, it's gone. But I've just been struggling a lot with physicality because that's like always been something that I struggle with on stage too. And just like now when it's like this little box and it's like, I just don't even know what to do with my whole body. I don't know how to explain it. And it's like, even with my hand, when I'm like adjusting the computer or the phone, like I don't know how to, just especially with my scene with like the notes that you gave me, I've been trying to take the physicality a lot further, and I've been struggling with how to do that, especially just since it's mostly this part of me that is seen. Does that kind of make sense?
100%. Did you see what I did with McKenna just now with the objects?
Yeah.
So it's little things like that where you just you try things, you experiment, and take your time. So activity is not about getting the activity done, because it's like an improv. Once the game is over, it's over. So if let's say you're folding laundry, it's not about trying to rifle through how much laundry can I fold. It's not about throwing in your case, the sheets in her face. It's about take the time with the sheets, feel the fabric, like just be. And then you can also understand that you might be in your head too much about one thing or the other, because if we watch you back, so if you go back and watch you asking me this question, Phoebe is physicalizing like nuts. So you just have to let your character do what she would do naturally.
Okay.
So you have to find the character and then start doing things, and then you can be creative. You can add choices, or I like to consider it adding options.
Okay.
So for me, like I have certain things in front of me, and I know what I can do and can't do right now in this particular camera angle. And so then I would think to myself, okay, if I ever want to get up, I would have that premeditated. So if I want to get up, I know I'd have to move my camera, set it over here on the ledge. Then I know I've got a wide angle and I could go do something, say, in the back. So for you, I would know right now if I felt like putting on makeup, all I'd have to do is just sort of turn the phone slightly, and then I could leave and go and start doing makeup in the background, and I could talk from back there and then eventually come back, but that would give me something to do.
Okay. So it's more about just like more the thing to focus on in terms of smaller physicalities is like getting inside of the character's body, and those smaller physicalities will come out, but it's with the bigger moves that you more have to plan. Is that kind of?
No, I mean yes, that's part of it, and the other part is just practicing. So you have to do, rather than saying I'm gonna physicalize this way for this line, you want to think to yourself, these are all the options.
Okay.
That's why I say find 5 or 6 to do with every line.
Okay.
And then there's all these little options that you have, and then you look around, and then it just comes out instinctually, and it's not the same thing. The one thing you don't want to do is this.
Matt, can I piggyback off that and ask you if you would give the same advice? Because I imagine it would be the same advice, because we're in that time now where self-tapes are are happening, would that be your same advice if you were confined to your camera angle for a self-tape? If it required you to physicalize and
100%. And just think about, for these self-tapes now, think about how much better each one of you is prepared. You are all so much more equipped to do a self-tape now. And you can think to yourself, you no longer have to say, this is what I'm confined to, this box. You get to say, this box has a lot of square footage right here, a lot. So what can I do within this box? What are all the options that I possibly have? And and now I know what it matters if I walk off frame a little bit and back, and I can actually do it and do it on purpose because I know exactly how I want the audience to be affected. So yeah, I mean, I think 100% these self-tapes, you got to be living the character, living the part to the best of your ability, be all the way in, and you know, give them what they want. I mean, they want to see the character brought to life, so do that for them.
yeah, that's an awesome point.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. That was a good question too. All right, anybody else got a question before we wrap?
No cues.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. We'll let you hang out in the lobby for a little bit. That is Masterclass Day 3. We will see you tomorrow to conclude our weekend intensive. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm going to unmute you all here.